What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. When the sun rises, so do the challengers. This isn't just another Sunday, it's any given roller tourney Sunday. We are back. It's another installation of the Siege Double Shot coming to you, and we're doing it console style. I am the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run.
That's right. Welcome back, everyone. This is it, the Speedy X Rival Tournament today. A combination between the Speedyverse and the Rival Roller Series coming at you in this set up like one of the prime tourneys, and we are down to the final three lower brackets and grand finals taking place today in series. And joining us again to help us along this, what could be a very long cast, Red. Welcome, my friend.
Hey, thank you guys for having me as always. And I like how you said it could be a long day today. I don't think it'll be as long as last Sunday, so we should be good in that part. We won't have a full 8 teams and working to the whole bracket. Just one losers bracket game, and then into grand finals we go. But yeah, just like you said, it's set up like a prime tourney. So there's a bunch of action yesterday. There were 16 teams when we started, and now we're down to 3.
You know, you just cast or curse us right into the longest night of Siege that we've ever had. That's what you effectively did there. The caster curse is real, and Red brought it to the table. So buckle up, folks. Okay, let's take a look at it. You said it was a big day yesterday. Let's look at where we're at today. Run. Let's take a look at that bracket.
That's right, my friend. Like Red said, we started with 8 teams. 8 from the Speedyverse and 8 from the Rival Roller Series coming together here for this final bracket. Now, the top 4 from each of those leagues combined together to finish the final bracket. And take a look over there on the left, the lower bracket. We've got Super Slimy and SPOIT's team playing Pickup and Packers team last night for the final spot there. And I can't believe we didn't get a chance to see this one on stream. I know Sino covered part of it, but not the whole series. SPOIT's team took that in a 2-1 victory, putting them up against RICCI's team here for the lower bracket final. That's going to be the first game we're covering, and then the winner has to go on and face Jynxzi.
Yeah, the last couple of streams we've been in hosting these tournaments, the Jynxzi Mingo stack has proved to be a most formidable team, right? They are the ones to beat. Back to back to back to back. They're just in it to win it.
Yeah, Jynxzi has 2-0'd everybody other than SPOIT's team. These guys look insane. A little concern, however, for RICCI's team. They looked kind of mental chalked, honestly, throughout. I mean, they're here, they're still alive, but it got really tenacious and what's the word I'm looking for? A lot of tension in the RICCI camp, especially between him and center. So keep an eye on that as we go throughout today's games. It's a new day, so maybe everyone got a good night's sleep. It was 7 a.m. for some of our European players like SPOIT and Wizard, who are obviously on the other side of the Atlantic. So different. It could be different coming in today. Feedings could be better, but that was a big concern.
Yeah, that's one of the things that you kind of see in these pub stacks that get thrown together is everybody is a main character inside of those rosters. Everybody has the potential to pop off, and when they don't, it can be disastrous. Couple of no names on both sides of the boards here, highlighting Ambi, SPOIT. Oh man, this is going to be an absolute banger run.
Yeah, we talked about it. That team, the big question coming in today is, what is the mental like? I know Red talked about it. It seems like it could be a bit of a risk, especially up against this team, SPOIT, Phantom, and Wizard. And we talked last week, really the only big thing that is holding this team back, potentially ping and location, right? We know we've got 2 of the players over on the Super Slimy side that are from Europe, so could be a little bit of a ping difference as we get into this. But big question for me is, how's that mental going to hold up on the real test side? It is actually the real test at this point.
That's right. Yeah, going to have to live up to their namesake. So, the battlefield being decided. Where are we headed? It's a best of 3. What will unfold in the story? There is no organ, folks, as it has been taken out, replaced with Lair, as we've caught up to some of the other competition scene.
Lair
Bank Club, I know it. Like, what? Late in it? Let's see it. Send it. We did get 2 of the new ones. Nighthaven and Consulate going to be on the board for the first 2.
Yeah, Nighthaven's a classic, honestly, in the roller establishment. We see that map played a lot, and when you see a lot of these PC pros talk about the struggles, the 144 hertz. Another thing that they also talk about is kind of the meta that comes with it. And Nighthaven is definitely a part of that, a very, very common map that we have seen so far. And we've been seeing throughout this losers bracket BO1. This is the first loser bracket BO3 for tonight.
Excellent. I love that Nighthaven's kind of become part of that
It's fun.
staple. Yeah, it's my absolute favorite map, and before that, it was a lot of Clubhouse, right? And Nighthaven is like a Clubhouse, but a little bit bigger, a little bit more extended, but
W-
a lot of similarities there in the way that some of
You know
those
what's
strats
funny?
can play out. Yeah.
You say that. Jynxzi's
Uh-huh.
team is probably like undefeated on Night and Club. It's
Oh,
the other,
yeah.
whatever the third map is usually the one they lost. Like Cafe and like
We
Chalet,
we
not
we have
Chalet,
watched the
Bank and
Jynxzi
Cafe.
stack just
Yeah.
absolutely decimate Clubhouse.
Yep.
Mingo on the Twitch
That
going
is
into
the
Clubhouse
greatest
You know what's
is
hilarious?
moment in my
legitimately
life,
one
bro.
of the like is a TED Talk to watch. No
So,
joke.
so I brought up that there was a lot of like discontent in the Richie camp. It was mainly from them discussing like
That
if
is
they
the
want to ban
greatest
Twitch against
moment in my life,
Kipton.
I
bro.
told you. I told you that was coming in the last stream.
They
told you
didn't
that was
do it
coming.
yesterday, but that was the big reason they were fighting. They're like, we have to get rid of he's solo clearing us
Mhm.
on Twitch. So that was a big discussion point. I'm wondering if we're going to see that from Richie's team if they make it to grand final.
One thing that you can guarantee that is if Twitch is left on, Mingo will be dropping bombs with the F2. But it isn't just the gun that is so devastating with that. His util clear is insane. I mean, 3 for 3 on every shot, sniper shots, it doesn't matter. Miras, Goyos, Wamais, Cades, whatever gadget is in his way is gone. And then once it's gone, he takes the space and is just an absolute demon on that F2. Looking forward to whoever's going to be facing them in the grand final.
It's crazy to me that the F2 is the weapon that he is so good with, right? That thing has been nerfed like nearly into the ground, no attachments, no horizontal grip. Like he is that good with it without all of the attachments in place. How is that possible? How has he become that practiced, that comfortable with that operator and that weapon?
And that's that roller meta that we were discussing that the PC players are still trying to get adjusted to. Because we talk about like, wow, these PC players aren't worth it. Like you can see them getting bodied against some of these players. I mean, actually, speaking of that, Ambi was insane. Like they lost and got dropped, but he was like, I think he was like in overtime on Cafe. He dropped like 20 kills against Jynxzi's team. So Ambi's doing well, and then there's like a discontent, but I think they'll be able to lock in on Friday on that roller tournament. This exact team won, and Richie hasn't won since like mid-January with Stompin'. So that was a long time coming, a huge morale boost in that side of things. Now I think it's kind of been reset. It's also a new day. I think we're on a completely new slate, especially for the European guys who are probably going to be playing at a decent hour instead of like 5 a.m. So this should be a very, very interesting map, and I would be surprised if we didn't go to map 3.
No, we have our observer is from that side of the pond, and he says it's fine. It really doesn't make any difference. He loves it.
Yeah, no complaints. No complaints over
They
there.
went so late last night. I mean, that match went all freaking night. It seemed like just, Packers said it. All right, let's just start a BO3 at 1 a.m. Eastern time, meaning I think SPOIT was starting at, 7 a.m. to start that game off? Yeah. Now, middle of the day, hopefully got a little bit of sleep before coming here to fight it out in the lower bracket. Only one team can go forward. And when we were looking at the end of the bracket last night, to me it was crazy. We had 4 fantastic teams left. Now there's only 3, but no matter what was going to happen, we were going to have a set of good games today. And this first one, man, it's said the same thing during the Packers SPOIT series at that 1 a.m. game. It sucks that only one of these teams can go forward because I want to see how all of them could do against this Jynxzi stack that is now waiting, rested, ready for the grand finals that's coming immediately after this game.
So a best of 3 followed by a best of 5. I mean, honestly, and if you were hoping for every round, which you kind of want right here at the end of the tournament, that's the excitement, that's the edge on you. I wouldn't want no 7-1s. So yeah, potentially in for quite a few hours of some siege coming up.
Well, speaking of quite a few hours, we're still waiting to get everybody in the lobby. One of the struggles with getting the tournament running. Still waiting to get everybody in. We're close. Almost there, but not quite everyone in place. So, Red, I know, was there anything else you wanted to say about the bracket coming in with the teams? I know we spent a little bit of time talking about it before we go to a break.
I think we're gonna see a lot more from Richie's team. They showed some real strength on Friday. I would expect to see more. So if we're gonna be talking predictions, I think Richie's team will take it in map 3. But the X factor is Spoit and Wizard, and they're rested. So it makes my prediction really scary. I honestly like I was very confident when we were talking last Sunday about my predictions. This game, I think it's literally a flip of a coin. I'm gonna edge this one to Ambi and Richie. I do feel a little bit more confident on those guys, but there's still some huge firepower on Spoit's side.
Yep. Okay. There you go. The prediction is made, and we'll see if it comes to fruition. We are looking to get the last folks in the lobby, so you know the deal and you know the drill. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're gonna get started with the very first map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We did it! They're all here. The lobby is set. Any given Sunday starts right this second. Whiskey, final thoughts before we get into this match. Lower bracket finals. What's going through your head?
Yeah, lower bracket finals. Is the mental there? Plenty of time to get set up. Plenty of time to get ready for this one. Are they going to be able to pull it off, though? And you've got one opportunity in this best of three to be able to make a good showing to start off with. Nighthaven Labs, the place we're starting. Talked a lot about the map bans early on. Who's it going to be? Players are just, taking an awful long time actually getting in the lobby, though. So they're taking all the time that they can possibly get to get ready for this one.
So my question, Red, you're very familiar with the console scene in these tournaments. And because of that, you've got a little bit more insight into the bans and stuff. Here's the big question. Is Deimos banned against SPOIT? Do you do that first off? Is it a necessary ban, or are we going to see him somehow slip through?
Deimos. I'm thinking shields because center is really famous for shields. We could see
fair.
shields. That could be a thing. We could see, like, I don't know, because we're going to Nighthaven, so we're probably going to be seeing a Cade ban. That's or a Mira ban. Those are very common bans that we're going to be seeing here on this map. We could see Deimos ban, but I mean, who do we got here? So Ambi or Fens running it. Yeah, that's not a bad shout. We could be seeing SPOIT getting a little bit of a target there. That could be a factor. I'm not sure. I only saw a couple of SPOIT tourneys. Can't recall exactly how much of that we saw.
Well, I mean, all the way up to the very tippy top, the highest pinnacle of siege you can get through. Eventually had to see a Deimos ban against SPOIT because he's just insane with it, right? And give him some pistol with some packing power. It's a good night's sleep tight. He was even warming up with it on his stream today. So he's hoping to get a chance to bring out that pistol. We're going to find out right now, folks. It's time to get into the bans.
I'm definitely thinking that that Deimos is the ban on the real test side. But you said it, the shields. I mean, Monty for sure. Now the big question is Deimos or Blackbeard. Blackbeard has had an incredible ban rate, like near 100%. Boy, that's
Center's
a tough
really
call.
good at blitz. I don't. It could be either way here. I think the defense bans are going to be pretty straightforward. Maybe a Valkyrie. There's the Deimos. Yeah. So good call there, Glitter. I like that shout from you.
Well, it's just
I wasn't thinking Deimos.
It's just SPOIT specifically has
so much
demonstrated such an incredible usage of the Deimos that it's almost foolhardy not to get rid of it. And when they didn't, teams paid the price, both in roller and on the main stage there. So next followed up is going to be the Azami, classic for getting rid of that extension onto the catwalk side, all those little cheeky areas that you don't necessarily know to look for when you're starting to make your final push. Not going to be a factor today.
Yeah, for me, Azami is a must ban. The maps that we've seen her play, it makes it incredibly difficult for the attacker. She's just so good. So I don't feel like from the attacking side, Real Test had really any option to go somebody other than the Azami to make sure that they can at least block that and get through to the site, give themselves a better opportunity. She's just too good. I'm wondering whether or not there's a little bit more of a nerf in her future because she's banned continually at such a high rate. And not just on PC, not just on console. I mean, like across the skill levels, whether or not it's entry, ranked, pro teams, Azami is that good that she's banned that often.
That's true. That's a huge point. And maybe, I mean, she could use it. How do you nerf her? We'll figure it out. We're going to take it up to the 2F to start us out. And
let's go.
Some fun defense here. Now, Whiskey, back to some of those kind of off picks. One we've been seeing a lot. It's the Ela on board. And I think specifically for that shield use we were just referring to.
Well, and the Ela Grismont mines are just so good at confusing, disrupting the attackers as they're coming in, stopping any sort of a rush play to start off with. And one of the things we've seen over and over with these roller prime tourneys is that teams come in very hot to start with. Sometimes we see them relax a little bit as the game goes on, as the series goes on, but in general, they're starting off very aggressive. And having an Ela in place on the defense to try and slow that down a little bit, I think certainly helps. And boy, what a way to start that. A run out, immediately taking shots. That is exactly what we were talking about right now.
Right, the aggression being real and being early. And what does that do? It sets up a lot of ghost pressure. You know that potential for the roam or the run out is going to be there. So you have to check every door. You have to see every window. And if you're not careful, you still have to have somebody watching your back because somebody's still going to make the jump out here. So it definitely showing it early. Real good idea here for Super Slimy. We're sitting 5-all as the first minutes tick through. No real engagement yet outside of that faux run out.
I'd love this mirror play on the IT wall. This has become such a great opportunity to try and take out, block a little bit, put some pressure on the attackers, not making it easy for them to make the push in. So we were talking about how good center was on the blitz. Was that going to be a possibility? Was that going to be a band? Deimos probably a better choice dealing with Spoit, but that leaves the blitz open to center, and he is on that, getting ready. And speaking of Spoit, taking down that opening pick in favor of Super Slimy.
You just Beetlejuiced him into existence, and he claims the first kill, and he takes it on the entry. Huge first pick as the Ash goes down. Grismont Pines going off as find ourselves in a prone position. A little bit of a pickle as they're starting to push in from double directions here. A C4 to ring out, take Ambi off the board is going to put the man advantage into Super Slimy, but Blitz, he has been stymied. Legion Goo to slow him down.
That's right, playing a little bit of trap, slow down the attacking team. There's a reason that, thinking whether or not Legion is going to be probably the next nerfed operator because, again, so good, such a high pick rate. Every team loves to play him, and I think that's why we don't see him banned is because he's just so good. You can't afford to ban him on your defense.
He just got a buff. Leave my Legion alone. Nerf Falcon's dead. Moving up onto the window is going to take a couple of shots. Blitz down to a very low health situation as they have forced that Mira back into the corner, a prone position, looking for a little drone hole play. The crossfire set up, but it's going to be dealt with. Richie gets taken down. Fens answers back with the L85, and now a couple of smokes going out as the attack team finds himself in a tough play. But when you smoke a warden, you are the fool. They find two in rapid succession, and the defense is able to claim that first round.
A very defensive mindset defense, that is. They were outside of like the early spawn peak, not a lot of aggression. They were just backing off, letting them have some space. It was a heavy bend, don't break type mentality that we saw from Super Slimy, respecting the center blitz shield. They were slowing him down too with those Legion mines. So there's a really good pick from Spoit, and you can see him. He's hovering over it again. That's going to be a huge thorn, as we just saw, for a center. And he always plays shield. He really does. He's always on blitz or Monty's band. It's just going to continue to slow him down. So I like the look that we're seeing right now from Slimy.
I like the continuous use of the shield. I just like it. It's a presence, it's a spearhead, and once it breaks through, once you're able to get through those Grismots, those Legion Goos, if you find yourself inside of sight, it is an absolute agent of chaos in the disruption that it can amount and allows for those mistakes to be made. You get caught out on the cross, and then it's a good night, and then the man advantage is yours.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Starting off on basement here for round 2. Super Slimy taking the win upstairs on the 2F. Now they're going to continue the site rotation down to the basement, and I got to expect we're going to see a pretty heavy roam game out of this team as they finish setting up site downstairs, leaving Glebo holding down with the electricity. I'm not going to have, I know Red talked about it, Cade banned out pretty frequently from a defender's side here on Nighthaven, so that's going to be the only opportunity. But the question is, Real Test going to go for the direct take downstairs, a lot of pressure on those main breaches, or focus on the vertical? The way they've got this thing set up, Richie bringing out, was going to say he had the ram, but switched off onto the ace, maybe a little bit more of a direct take.
Okay, could be a little bit more action. You did bring the blitz. What I'd love to see, and all honesty, send in the Jackal and the Doke to suss out that roam game. Well, unfortunate. Yeah. The roam game has been sussed out, but unfortunately, it's going to go in the wrong direction. Fens is gone off the board. The main advantage early goes over to the defense, and now Blitz is pushing in. They've got the Qs. They've got them locked up, but there's many people around for it. A pistol pop. Holy Whip City. He's not going to get it, and he's going to get a knife for his pleasure instead. 4v3 as the mistake was made, and your spearhead has been doled.
What an epic collapse that was. Unfortunate there, so close. He takes a lot of shots, does the damage, but not able to close the deal. Unfortunate there, Super Slimy taking a little bit of the man advantage, holding on. Boy, Ambi answering back, though, rapidly into a 3v3 now with 2 minutes left. All that action happening in that first minute. Losing Fens, losing the Dokkaebi, the intel, that roam clear potential, big piece of it, but then to lose, you said it, the Spearhead with center going down. 3v3, now they're going to pause, reset, reevaluate. Where are we going to make the push? And we said heavy roam game in place. Phantom, though, with a 3K to start round 2.
That's right, and Wizard with a little bit of magic as he takes a quick peek from the top of river and is rewarded for his trouble. Now it's going to be the ace, last soldier alive. He's got to win this first gunfight to even have a shot, but as the mine goes off, he finds it, a quick little headpiece as the Wizard was decapitated. Now into a 1v2. Hatch is soft, so one Selma charge will get that thing open, give him a chance to potentially put some vertical pressure on this defense. They're spread out just a little bit. They're not going to give you that, easy 1v1 victory.
Not going to feed bodies, leaving it up to RICCI here, working on the drone, going to get some intel in place. Is there an opportunity? Is there a place he can make that push down? No, they're holding heavy there on the tank side, so maybe take a couple shots. Going to rotate back around, head for the second set of stairs as an opportunity. 45 seconds left. Oh, identified, though. They know which side he's coming on the EXO.
Oh, it must have been loud as he was running across, right? That's a soft breach floor. They knew he was coming without the cams anyways. Couple of pop shots ring through. Not going to find anything on the wall bang. Selma charge for distraction as he takes a quick peek. He's got to swing 2 of them and be successful. Instead, going to get taken down. The headshot rings out, and it's a good night's sleep tight.
It was like the exact opposite of what we just saw. Very aggressive. The roam presence was huge. They were playing the trade. Center got, I don't know if we want to call it unlucky or a bad aim, but 2 players around. He had both of them knocked to the floor. Should have maybe walked away with more kills. Very odd round that happened. And the time wasting, too, on that roam was also a huge factor from Wizard. Just being able to play up on that second floor, not letting them rest easy while they try to prep their execute. I love what we are seeing so far from Slimy. They're just playing the map well. Phantom as well. 5-0, very aggressive. Him and Wizard are just in their faces right now. And it's such a stacked roster in talent, not just Spoit. Glybo, Wizard, Phantom, those 3 as well are huge. And then Monk is just that sight anchor too. This is a really well-constructed roster that this Super Slimy team has.
Well, they've been rewarded 2 in a row for the defense, which means we're going to see the test on the Tersh. Their first real test for real test, as they are going to have, an opportunity to focus on some of that vertical play that's going to be necessary. As they're going to be able to try to start pinching these folks back in. The pinch point here, though, is that it's spread out, right? All the way down in tank, you've got Wizard sitting. All the way up on the second floor is Spoit and Glybo and Monk up there, and one still sitting. The anchor so far of the team, the 5-0, is going to be sitting down in sight. So, I mean, this has got layers and layers of activity that you have to break through to even have a chance at taking a look at sight.
Not only that, they've been struggling to even break through that first layer. That's the big problem we're seeing from real test here is they're not breaking through several layers and ending in the 1v1 for the most part. It's been oh, wow, dangerous running across the open piece there, but able to take down those bandit traps. But just feels like we're not seeing them even break through some of the main layers of this defense. Not really feeling like they're getting close. Yeah, you got down to a 2v1, but well defended by Super Slimy in the basement. So you say it, the test on the Tersh, this is it. We'll talk about rosters a little bit more after this round, but with a minute into it, still working on getting themselves set up, opening the sight lines, no deaths to all 10 in the lobby right now.
I know we can have an attacker-sided Nighthaven, but 2-0, I'm not super concerned about it if I'm the defense, right? You find your first, you get yourself onto the quota for that 4v2, that standard split, and then you're good. Ambi to find first, but it's quickly answered back as Monk and Wizard are able to take down Ambi. And, oh, man, and the Maverick goes down. Now, I believe they did get the wall open, so he did his job, but tough to lose the body count. Man advantage now sitting into the hands of Super Slimy.
Yeah, that C4 toss not going to connect and almost causing a little bit of chaos there by making himself exposed. We're thinking that he had a little bit of extra cover when he didn't, but SPOIT taking down RICCI. Center going to answer back, but 2v2 here. Wow.
Oh,
Wow,
Ben's fine.
1 minute left.
Crazy as we've now devolved into a 2v2 stand down. One holding back onto the river. This is the place where we saw him before, and in fact, it was read out completely, right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. He's not going to be fooled. Legion gets taken off the board, and now man advantage to the side of the attackers. Just a little bit of time left. Starting to make their way into sight. Wizard getting a couple of Grismots down. They're still actually pretty far away for 30 seconds. One above, or actually both above now, as they're going to try to maybe do a little bit of fishing, open it up. 23 as it starts to count down, and there it is. Fenn's able to find Wizard, and the test on the Tersh. Well, they get themselves an A+.
I would have liked to seen Fenn's hide, because you hear multiple footsteps above you. Stop running around, because that gives your spot away. Just play somewhere where you know that the vert is pretty limited. Because that was their win condition. When there's 20 seconds left on the clock and they're still all upstairs, force them to do something drastically and come down to you. Do a little bit of a slip up, but Real Test just playing the trades really well. They were able to just break that vert control with a decent amount of time left on the clock. That was their win con. And Slimy was probably just like 1 kill away. If one of those trades go their way, the round is different. So Real Test got a much needed round, but you have to, I think, in my opinion, if you're Real Test, you have to sneak one of these other 2 sites. You have to figure out something to maybe make this a 3-3 half.
Okay. Whiskey, we take it back up to the second floor. A little bit of second verse, same as the first. Mirror on the board. Some of that breach denial. Still real focused on denying any shield play, which has been surprisingly absent from Sentier.
I mean, change up the strategy. Those first 2 rounds went fairly decisively in Super Slimy's favor, so I think it's a good opportunity here for Real Test to try something different, try and change it up a little bit. Whether or not it was the shield play going to be the important part of it, I'm not sure, but at least finally we saw a little bit of a change up. They were able to clutch up, and like Red said, couple of those trades go in their favor. That's all they needed to win. Wizard was close. Could have come up with a win there. Could have held on, but boy, just talking about his name and center takes him down. That's the Ella down to start with. Now, a lot of passive utility and not playing on the shield. Wait, did she not put her shield down?
Tough. Oh. Die with a little util in pocket. That's never a scenario you want to find yourself in. So you're going to start to open up that main breach as they've claimed that early man advantage into their hands. This is going to be kind of a big step here, right? The adaptation coming through from the attack has already netted him quite a huge advantage, and so if they can start to pinch them in, they might find themselves with a second win and do it on the primary side.
Feels to me like Super Slimy was playing a little bit more conservatively this time. Yeah, you had the mirror out on the window, tossing the C4 out on the stairs, so they're putting some ghost pressure and a little bit of real pressure there on Real Test to try and push them back. But the fact that they all rotated back, they're all holding down sight, it's a minute and a half. This is a much more condensed defense than we had seen them set up in the previous round. So they're playing, seems to be a little bit more conservative. We know how important this game is because there's not much opportunity left. It's a best of 3. The winner moves on. The loser goes home. So got to get your win here to start off on Nighthaven.
Yeah, Glybo taking 1 off the board does take us into a 3-3 as he got traded out. Now they're all pushing from kind of a singular area, right? They've started to line it up. They know that they've got a bit of a free site to push into B as long as they can push them back far enough. And there's the Bs to start doing that exact work. But Spoit able to take 1 off the board. Man advantage back into the hands of the defense. Spoit is a bullet, and the plant starting to go down as they find themselves in the pillar position. Looking towards the swing here, and it is going to get Ace goes down now into a 3-1. Plant denied, stopped. He didn't get it going. It's a tough place to find yourself. Now flash is ringing out, but it's a self-flash. Can't hit what you can't see, and that works for both sides. The swing the double is coming out. It's just not going to be enough. The Vector claiming that life.
So they went for a interesting strategy, not putting center on the blitz, which is something we've seen so commonly. I think that Legion was a huge fear factor for them. And they start off really well. They take control of that connector side of the map. They have numbers. They're doing really well. And then Spoit gets that trade back. And then the execute was just not there. I don't think Richie trusted Ambi, which is kind of a crazy thing to not trust Ambi on the coverage. He didn't stick that plant. I don't know if like his toes were showing, but that was very odd, guys. How he did not able to get that plant off because he was behind the pillar. He had a teammate with the bees and a covering, so they should have been able to get that diffuser down, but instead it became a 1v3 for Ambi. Odd round that really should have went the way of real test.
There's potential some factor going on, right? In the mantra, pros don't fake. Well, sometimes they do. And he got off and they lost that round. 3-1 now into the hands of the defense. And we're going to see a little bit of extra roam game coming on. Is one of the things that we love about Night Haven is its wide open spaces, giving roam to players like the Vigil. Boss G on board. Hold on to your hats.
Yeah, you look at this. You take a look at where the defenders are playing at. 4 on the roam. Only Glebo holding down the basement there. And I think this is, we talked about it. Felt like Super Slimy was taking a little bit of a backseat, playing a little bit more conservatively. They did come up with a win on round 4. That is that primary site. So they have won on the primary and secondary so far on all of their attempts. Only that tertiary is where Real Test was able to pick up a round. And Red said it. Got to have a win on one of these primary secondaries, get into a 3-3 half,
right now,
give you a big advantage. This is their last opportunity to pull it off here, and big roam game by Super Slimy right now, slowing them down just a bit. 40 seconds into the round, taking shots all over the map, action happening but not resulting in any kills at this point. Ambi looking, trying to find one of these defenders holding over on the control side.
And one of the things it did is he went down the hatches to still maintain that pressure. They still have to send somebody up to go look and find out and make sure that he's not there so that flank doesn't happen. So, as we still sit 5-all, there's the shot. Ambi's going to take him off the board. Vigil gone, roam game secured, and at least for one part of it, I guess there's still quite a bit going on as far as who's alive and up. But Sentier's able to take Monk down, and that's going to really start to put a damper on this top floor presence.
That's right. We've been talking about a basement site, all this action happening on the first floor, and you still have second floor coverage from Spoit. He's upstairs just waiting. The ping coming out, opening up with the shotgun, but no. Oh, he does get the down through the floor. Man, the vertical presence from this team.
Absolutely insane. Minute and 16 as it's a 3v2. Glybo on a low health scenario. A couple of pre-fires through the door. The wall bang doesn't go through.
Oh, what a trade!
The trade comes out. A DMR. A perfect shot onto the body is going to say Spoit alone. The last soldier in a 1v2. 60 seconds on the board in which to work. Sight is had. Plant is going down. Finds the first kill on the double. Starting to make his way in. It's going to push them to a post-plant scenario as they start to play the world's most deadly game of Ring Around the Rosie. Who will make the noise cue first? Who will get sussed out? It's all going to come to head here, and it's going to be
no way
on an angle that you can't even see him. How's he do that? Ambi taking off the board. Defense going to find themselves another.
Another cell, guys, from Real Test. They had that one in the bag, but Spoit retakes second floor, and the Vault cams come in clutch.
Oh my goodness, Real Test. We talked about the mentality issues that they were having towards the end of yesterday in the lower bracket, I should say. And it's gonna be coming back into play here. Like that's a 1v1. Like Ambi or not Richie, Ambi and Spoit. Man, like that's the two players you want in a 1v1. Entertainment to the maximum. If you had numbers, you were doing well to clear Phantom. They actually started well with the crossfires and everything they had set up. But the Vault cams and Spoit, what a dangerous combo that one was. And he somehow found a way back into it. And Glybo with that 1-for-1 trade really helped make a difference.
You are not wrong. Give Spoit a cam and he will absolutely move mountains. 4-1. Looking to take us to that standard split. Real Test needs to come up with one here. There's a huge difference in the scoreline between a 5-1 and a 4-1. So, real important round here for Real Test.
Yeah, we talked about trying to get that 3-3, trying to find the opportunity to win one on one of the primary, secondary sites. Their last opportunity goes down in that SPOIT clutch. And we were talking about that SPOIT clutch from the previous games yesterday. He had an absolutely insane one following it up. This one, not as crazy, but that angle, that peak, we're going to be looking back at that one for how good it was over time. Because, man, just shutting down Real Test there. So at least this time, the test on the tertiary site, the third site here, one more opportunity for Real Test. You said it, 5-1 half. Be devastating for this team going in, worrying about the mental that they have, and another quick peep from SPOIT, this time on defense, and that is a bad start here for Real Test. But it's not over. It's Siege. It's tactical. They still have got plenty of assets in place to try and make something happen.
Look at the switch up here in the strategy by the defense, too, for this last round. Really roam heavy for the last few, and this time, we've got quite a few people sitting on that first floor. Now, only one of them in sight. We are extended into that CC area, into that vending area, but still on that first floor. So a little bit closer to home, a little bit quicker to react to some of those situations, and with the man advantage in hand now, to be able to rely on that trade game. Got a C4 Prime prepped and ready in the hands of Wizard. Will he be rewarded? Negative. Nobody there to answer that call.
Almost down to halfway through this round. The last opportunity for Real Test on attack on Nighthaven. Can they pull it off? This was their map pick. They chose to come here to start with. Knew they were going to have to start on attack. So, you assume they're coming in with a great attacking round. Something special to bring out to the table. But, man, right now it has just been SPOIT. And, you know, each of these players has had an opportunity. SPOIT's been very consistent over time. But Wizard picking up another this time on center. Boy, looking very difficult. Iowa, the last one left alive in a 1v3 to clutch up this final round on this half.
That's right, able to pull the diffuser back into the hands and got some time to work. Checking a couple of these vertical angles, but making a ton of noise, so they do know where he's at. A grenade preemptively in to the E-box area, that main closet on the entry, takes a couple of shots down the long hallway, looking for the potential swing from the backside, but nobody takes it just yet. They know where he's at. Just waiting for him to make the mistake. 30 seconds, he's on the run now, puts his way into sight, finds it onto the rotate, but doesn't get the kill. No, wow. Unfortunate, almost had the makings of a comeback, but just missed the shot instead. Unfortunate.
This is not the same team that we saw on Friday that won that Friday tournament. Real Test is really struggling right now. I think part of it is honestly the prep phase. Like, that's 2 Valks in a row, and you're not bringing in IQ. What's the idea with the striker? I feel like we're missing utility there. Like, we're not able to clear Banshees, we're not able to clear Valk cams. It just feels like Real Test was just not doing enough, and they were super slimy. Credit to them being very aggressive, knowing like on this third site we don't want to give them as much freedom on the map. We got to make sure we get in their face. That was well planned, well executed. And the trio of SPOIT, Wizard, and Phantom, what a stellar 3 these guys are right now. And like you said, Whiskey, this is their map pick Real Test, and they are not doing well right now.
Tough way to find yourself, at least on map 1. But that is the deal, right? It's map 1. This is a best of 3. And 5-1, not terrible. At least you took your 1. Now, this is an interesting strat. We've been seeing this a lot lately. Not just bringing the clash, but hiding the fact that you brought the clash. Now, they were obviously able to suss it out, or at least it's just a standard pick here for the attack side. Nomad is going to be on the board. Way to deal with that pesky shield player. But honestly, I love the rise of the clash here, Whiskey.
It's a different sort of style of gameplay, so it changes up. There's been such a prevalence of shield on the attacking side. It seemed almost natural that you'd start to see more shields played out on the defensive side. RICCI also playing that Mirror, talked about how good she is, whether or not Mirror was going to be a ban on this map, again opting for the Cade instead, but playing that same strategy, putting the Mirror on that IT wall, making it more difficult for the attackers to make that push up in, and Look at this. Even though Real Test starting on defense, very spread out from a defensive standpoint. Spoit entering through the basement. A little bit of a lurk coming up through here. And
What is Clash doing?
unbelievable! Are you kidding me?
There is no way you solo roam with a Clash when Spoit's on the other side of the board. Now, is the trade worth it? You did get the frag leader off the board in the trade, but oh my lord, that's a tough one.
I mean, having Buck and his ability for opening up the vertical play from down below could put a ton of pressure on this defense, but I think absolutely a loss for the defensive team. Having the Clash in play to be able to block the attackers from coming in, causing problem, it completely changes the way that you have to play around when you have a Clash in play. I think that is definitely a loss for Real Test, and they are 1 round away from match point. So they've got the man advantage, losing that key asset. The rest of this team stepping up. They can win these fights. Not gonna have to do it without the Clash this time, though.
Yeah, that's right. And Lil Doc's still on the board, so everybody's sitting in that full health scenario. Nomad getting a jab back on the door, and just in the nick of time as well, because they are making the push up, 3 of them towards that door. Now, holding on to the long angle. We do find ourselves with 67 left on the board, and now the push up. Caught unaware.
What a play!
You knew he was there! He gets taken down. Ambi gets traded, and now puts him into a 3v2 situation. The attack strat has been put into the bin, and a quick peek's going to take him off the board, looking for the final as he pulls out the pistol, but he gets knocked down now into a 2v1. 48, but a C4 to say, see ya no more. Good night, sleep tight. They find themselves around.
Yeah, I think Center's play on that shield was trying to get a barricade so that if somebody walks up Aqua stairs, he'll hear it. But that was like so late into the round and already a lot of map coverage. And you brought it up. Hey, if you actually going to be talking about trades, Connor for Spoit, you will take that all day. And that's what ended up being kind of the case, I think. And that's a big difference maker is, sure, you lose your shield player, but you're going to lose that star player. Big round there from Real Test. And I got to say, them holding onto that connector side, fighting for it, not letting it go for free was the big difference maker.
Attackers need to locate
Okay, 2-5. They catch one. They stave off that match point scenario, and now they take it down to the basement. A little roam game to be had on their own. Fens is going to bring out the Vigil. Wonder how much is going to be dedicated to that. Seen a lot, Whiskey, where there's only one person down in the site. The rest you got to deal with that vertical play. They got a couple operators that could confirm that sort of play as Mira's on board.
Yeah, the combination, the Mira, make it a little bit more difficult to move around, which the places you can push, and then bringing out the Valk again. Talk about Valk being banned out so often because she is so good. Question is whether or not, yep, Super Slimy found that Valk is in play. Spoit going to switch over to the IQ, make sure they identify all of that defensive utility, and we talked about it. Real Test, one of the things they were struggling with was dealing with the defensive utility on their attacking side, but are you kidding me? Spoit taking down Ambi? It feels like we're talking about an NAL game at this point with those two names, but it is Spoit who wins that match again, 11-3 to start this thing off. I was worried, we talked about it very early on in this match, was the ping differential going to be a problem for Super Slimy and this team? Was Real Test going to have a bit of an advantage? But right now it certainly seems like whatever servers they're playing on, we know we're on East right now, but they are absolutely crushing it despite the ping difference.
Yeah, no kidding. 11-3. Takes that first entry, or takes the entry kill, takes the Legion off the board. So, I mean, he might have only had a chance to get 1 or 2 of those goos out. So, not necessarily going to have to worry about that as well. So, huge first pick here for the attack side as they're looking to put themselves on a match point. They claimed the cams. As Dokkaebi is able to utilize those defaults. They're sussing out the Valk cams. They've got a Twitch in play to get rid of some of those other devices. I mean, this is a stacked attack side. Now, look at this, starting to make the pinch on. Oh, Wizard, good night.
There it is.
Sheesh. That's an equalizer.
Yeah, Fens at 8-5 right now. The lead on this team, I don't know that would have been the play we'd expect. And running the Vigil with the K1A, I like bringing that out as opposed to the Boss G. A lot more opportunity to take down members of this attacking team. So Great play to start with. And now the Ram coming out here from the attacking team, opening up the vertical. They've got plenty of time. 1:15 left in this round. Plenty of time to put pressure on this defense. 4 stacked apiece in this final minute. It is going to get crazy, my friend, as we tick down the seconds.
That's right, and they've all rotated back down as we put ourselves into that bunker style for the last 60. So, a lot of vertical play to be had here. Fishing, looking, trying to catch somebody rotating, and have to be mindful of the presence above, or you'll get taken out. That's a mirror that goes down. Not necessarily has anything for that main breach, so not a huge factor that you need to necessarily deal with unless you're going to be pushing into plant potentially on that side. But either way, C4 is out as they're low, and this could be the play. They know he's there.
He's going to wait for a defuse.
Except for he's going to start pushing up instead, so he might be rewarded for some actions, and there's one. Glybo goes down as the 417 rings out, and that's going to be Fens to answer back as they finally take one as well. SPOIT to take this down to a 3v2 situation. 16 seconds as this is still winnable here for the defense if they can just hold on, and the down on the SPOIT was part of that process. Now pushing up. It's the 31, and he's going to be absolutely rewarded. Fens going nuclear in a rat spot that should have had 1 kill at the max.
We got to come up with like a name for that spot. Like, what the heck? It's like Slimy even knew about it on that last end, and Fens got 2 off of it. Wow, that
Aura, huh?
Oh my goodness, that spot center. I love the discipline from him. It over peak comes in from Slimy, and he gets a free one. But even if like he doesn't, he waits with the C4 and goes for the default plant, just hucks it over. I love the idea coming in from that spot, and that's because you don't open up the main breach. Main breach is in there, so you can't hold that spot. Great adaptation, but I gotta say, I really like the drone work from Super Slimy. They brought a lot of counters to that. They brought the Jackal for the Vigil. They brought an IQ for the Valkyrie cams, and then they also had the Ram as well for the Bird. It sounded and felt like the plan for Slimy was better, but then at the execute, the hold was super strong from Real Test.
Man, what a play. They're going to adapt again. They're going to show him another look. They're going to lean into that intel. Sentier bringing out the Echo. Going to use that Shoddy as well. I prefer the other primary, but I mean the Shoddy gets the work done. That's for sure.
Like the MP5X, what's it called?
yeah. With the silencer, whatever that is.
Yeah, it's nasty.
The Supernova is nasty. I love that gun. It is so satisfying to take down an enemy with that gun. It's like silent death, and I love the fact that he's bringing it out. I love this extra intel. And what a way to come into this round, to come into the tertiary after a win on the primary and secondary sites. And we talked a lot about it, but that play in the corner in assembly, that's absolutely insane. To have Sentier, like you said, center holding on, just stopping, having the trigger discipline to not overpeak that angle, but for Super Slimy to allow Fens to get back in, crazy that he was able to get back into that position and then overplay there. Well played.
Oh no, they know they've got the Echo on the cam.
That's huge.
The intel from this is absolutely huge. So they're going to start taking a look, start trying to put some pressure on. Now Ambi is close. He's got the Vector in hand, a C4 to deal with any of that long range, and as the sound cues go out, he's going to be alerted. What Echo is?
Yeah, they don't have. They need to have a hard breach in play. He's not in a spot where they can take a shot. They have got to gain either the vertical control below him or open up one of those walls.
Yeah, I guess that is true, and they didn't bring along anything to get that done, so it will be a tougher push. But you've seen it done without opening it up. Right, they can do it. It's just going to be quick. And there's the first one. Take down the Tuberow. Fens off the board. The frag leader gone. Echo's next to fall. C4 to go out. Doesn't able to find one. SPOIT takes down Sentier. So now it puts us into a 5-2 situation. And they said, you know what, Whiskey? Hard breaches be damned. We're just going to swing the thing. And they are rewarded for their efforts as now it's into a 4v2. Looking towards that main breach. Caught into a bit of a pickle. The catwalk says hello as the 417 rings out. out, and now it's going to be Legion last alive. Last round he was first to die, now he's last alive. Can he pull it off here? Looking towards that stairwell to get a first kill, and now his location's been revealed, so they're going to start to make the push towards the backside, and look at that. Just like ants, you can see them starting to scurry in that direction. Crossfires from everywhere, bullets, flashes, Plants goes down, the swing. He's able to find nothing as the pistol's going to ring out and steal away his life.
It was like a mini fortress second floor server, and when SPOIT starts pinging, like somebody's like hard on their cam, that has to be where the echo is playing. They were able to just kind of do a little bit of like an anaconda squeeze onto that second floor, able to flush them out. A lot of chaos, and you could see everyone like looking multiple directions, C4s flying each way. Beautiful execute and getting everybody out, and then RICCI was just left in an impossible situation. And now you have to go perfect if you're a real test, which would include winning that third site if you want to force overtime.
Man, I think that is such a great analogy. The anaconda just slowly tightening its coils. That was huge and absolutely what happened. Okay, Whiskey. Perfect for 3. What's the win con outside of the obvious kill SPOIT?
Well, I mean, we did see Real Test win both the primary and the secondary site. So at least you're coming into this feeling a little bit more careful, feeling a little bit more collected. And this time, Center bringing out the Clash, hiding again upstairs, whether or not he's identified. In this case, hopefully not going to play for one of those very late barricades, keep himself alive. That's going to make it much more difficult from the Super Slimy side. Real Test was able to win this round, even though Center went down. And it was part of that trade game that won the battle with SPOIT. So I know you said it already, WinCon taking down SPOIT, 13-5-3, having an incredible game, but keeping the Clash alive long enough to do some damage and slow this attacking team down. And right now, the way that they're pushing in, it looks like they are making quick work. They are not going to wait around for the end. We are on match point here in map 1 of this best of 3.
That's right. Put a DMR in the hands of SPOIT and just watch him work. Already taking up a ton of space. Takes the camera off the board. Just going to push up anyways. Unafraid of the gunfight. Looking to get active. A C4 sends out. Not going to find anybody, so not rewarded as the drones come in. Clash gets hit, and all of a sudden they're closer than they even imagined onto the door.
Wait, they all went outside.
That's right. As they
find
out
redirect.
Clash. They found out there was a clash, and they're like, okay, well, we need a little bit of a different plan here, as they didn't bring along the Nomad. They didn't bring along the Buck to suss them out. Oh, what a shot. Fens, the first to die again, does put the man advantage into the hands of the attackers as they're taking a couple of extra looks. That was a huge play.
Yeah, taking down the two-brow. Now he's not going to have any of that utility in play to literally slow this attacking team down. They're pushing very fast, but the speed at which they're redirecting the attack, to me, unbelievable. They had 3 players on, ready to push the Clash and Connector, completely rotate around, take the fight to the IT wall, get a kill off of that, and now redirecting again, spreading out, putting pressure across the board on this defense. I get the feeling that Real Test doesn't know where this thing is going to come from, and they're definitely getting sort of caught off guard, it feels like. There's a minute 12 left. SPOIT picks up another, Iowa going down. This is not looking good for the Real Test team. You've got to step it up right now, my friends. 1 minute left on match point.
That's right. Still time to stall. Still time to make sure that you can find an equalizer here. With the Clash on your side, could potential to clutch this up. But they're just unafraid of the Clash. He's just going to maintain that presence, and they are going to fire around him. Shots towards the catwalk. Now pressure onto the pillars.
Oh, no.
The shotgun
Oh,
rings out.
no.
Is she able to take one, but answered back onto Sentiers. Now it's into a 4-1. Mira able to find one, but it's dangerous now. A quick reload inside the corner. Takes the swing, but not going to happen. A pistol to take it. Yowza.
Oh man, I've got RICCI's stream up in the background, and at the end of the previous round, he was mental chalked. Now again, he's in that 1v4 situation. It is not looking good. That was their map pick as well. Speedy, that's our tournament. I almost called these guys Speedy, but Real Test is just really. It feels like they're almost like out of their depth. You could say a lot of pressure coming in, and when that comes through, it's not really working out. Center on that shield has been ineffective both on the Clash and the Blitz. A really good band coming in through. And it just honestly feels like SPOIT team, Super Slimy, is just more prepped. They're countering when they see the Valkyrie. They're bringing that IQ out. We're seeing more counter operators coming through. They ban that shield. They just feel like they're the more prep team.
Yeah, it's almost a proactive, reactive
Yeah.
situation, right? They seem just ready and set up, but also when it gets into that redirect, that react, they're quick. Whiskey highlighted that, and you highlighted that. Just the absolute okay. The play is not here. Let's take it from the other side, and then just be wildly successful with it. So I mean, it's just a really, really great round of Siege on Night Haven, but it's a best of 3. This isn't a one and done, folks. So we got more coming back at you as a shot at redemption is coming up for map number 2. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you the second. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players, in a stunning twist of events, a plot twist unseen. We're ready to go. No time torch. I mean, lobby's full. We're set. We're getting ready for map number 2. It's a roller Sunday miracle. Whiskey, what do we got? Consulate coming up, I believe.
That's right, Consulate, and you said it at the end there. The mental chalked for this team. Is it going to be the end of Real Test? Are we going to see Super Slimo moving on? They're ready. No break. Getting right into it. Very surprising a little bit from the console scene here at this point. Once we start the match, it's time to send it.
Okay, Red. It's Consulate, right? Love this map. What specifically do we love about it?
Yeah, I think we're gonna see some more shield bans. I think that center's just gonna get targeted. Like when he's not on that shield, it's a struggle. Clash is pretty decent too, especially for playing that like bending hall. I think if we don't see a Clash being banned, we're gonna be seeing a Clash being brought out. We could see a Mira ban as well. That's the type of things here. But honestly, I think Slimy's just gonna roll through. I said in the pregame, I think he'd be surprised if we don't go to map 3. The real test is mentally chalked. They were not there. And honestly, these guys look really locked. We talked about these Europeans playing late, but it feels like now that we're at a decent hour for them, they look really focused. And Jynxzi's team, the team they faced originally that they beat 2-1, it's a different team. I feel like these guys are going to be better. We're going to be seeing a Blackbeard instead of a Monty being banned this time around. But that was actually from Real Test who banned it. So Slimy went for the Dokkaebi ban. They didn't ban a shield. That's an interesting thing. So obviously they didn't play Blackbeard, but they're worried about Slimy bringing something like that.
It's interesting. I like the Dokkaebi ban. It takes, as there's such a huge presence of the roam game on such a huge map. I love it. The Blackbeard, also a good pick. He's incredibly annoying. He's great at taking up space, but I think a huge miss here, and it will be seen. The Deimos was not banned out. He will
Yeah.
be used, and somebody will pay the price for that decision.
The Valkyrie
Whether they
Bandit's
win the game
good
or
too.
not, but
Yeah.
they will pay the price for that.
Remember that one round that Spoit had a huge clutch on, like a 1v3 or what? I don't even remember what it was. The 1v1 that ended up being with Ambi. He got a lot of information off those Valcams, and now it's being banned out. Was that Slimy's ban actually? So Slimy banned it. They don't want to come up against it, but I think you hit the nail on the coffin right there, Glitter. Deimos is on the board. That's the biggest takeaway that we saw from this, and Spoit's going to be nasty. And already, just looking at real test lineup, Scopus, and Vigil, you got to bring a Jackal. You have to bring something to figure out where these guys, if they're going to be roaming, because that just screams to me like heavy roam.
Protect your bombs from being defused
Yeah,
by
absolutely. Whiskey. They got the Dokkaebi off the
They're at
board. They're
basement.
showing roam. They're going to go basement first. I like it. Sometimes can be the preferred site, right? It's got a lot of avenues to attack. There's a lot of vertical to be had here, but if you're relying on that roam heavy game, this is a good start. This is a good site to start us out.
I feel like I'm actually worried for the real test side on defense here, right? One of the things that Super Slimy was good at was the vertical. We saw several of their kills and several of the ending parts of those matches coming from vertical play on real test. And Super Slimy was better at clearing the roam than real test was, better at playing it. This feels like a bit of a risk. So to me, it must mean that real test is more worried about their play on the second floor versus the vertical that Super Slimy could be bringing. And well, we talked about so much. Who's the guy to be watching here? Spoit on Deimos. What are the chances we were going to see it? 100%. Going to play it on round 1.
Okay, so got themselves lined up. A little bit of a coconut bruh C4 placement as he's ready for that exact position to be sound cued out. And Jackal already up top trying to suss him out. And that's going to be Ambi to take Spoit down.
Oh, shot
Deimos.
body.
We hyped it up too much. And yeah, he was like, you know what? I see your Deimos and I raise you one. It's a good night on to Spoit as he starts us out 0-1.
That's crazy that he's the guy to go down. Huge miss there. Huge unfortunate play for Super Slimy to lose that #1 frag. But Real Test came to play. We were worried, at least I was worried about the place to start off here. What was it going to be? But
Wait,
was that a swap? Or
No
did
way.
Did he miss it in the entry door?
It doesn't, like, whether that was like a camera there and he swapped to it or whatever. That was a complete
waiting.
misstroke.
Camera was set in basement.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Like, he just walked through and didn't see any of that. Wow.
No way.
There you go. Got to get those first round jitters out, and at least you're getting it done here. C4 does ring out, does a little bit of damage, but nobody worse for wear here just yet. Starting to open up that vertical. Got the ram dedicated for it. Everybody now secured themselves back downstairs. So once they maintained or claimed that man advantage, then it was a quick rotate down, rest onto the trade game, play the long angle. Glybo goes down. Now put ourselves into a 4-2.
Wow.
Zambi says, I choose you with the Pokeball.
Yeah, so from a Super Slimy side, they're just now starting to work on the vertical. I don't think they got the main breach open. You still have got Monk on the Thermite. Still has one of those exothermics in play, but they've got holds with the mirrors downstairs, putting angles in. Finally, you hear that mirror crack here with 40 seconds left. Fence grabs another one. We've been talking about it. I think that that Scopos weapon is going to get a nerf in the near future, but Wizard shuts him down just as we're talking about it in a 2v1.
That's right. One upstairs, one downstairs. So, got to take this first fight on to Ambi. He's got the cloaking device, so the drone's not going to be able to see him. Does walk his way down into that garage area. So I'm gonna take this lower one first, but no, not gonna be the place. The center's gonna take him off the board.
And when we talk about the mental fortitude, I love the confidence to just bring out something completely out of left field from Real Test. They bring out a Scopos Vigil and they go basement. Now, Spoit did do a good job of droning at the very beginning and finding a lot of that information out, but it was still a curveball in and of itself. And you saw Super Slimy trying to adjust. They brought good operators, but it wasn't enough. Really slick that Real Test defense was. And now we're going into something that's more traditional. And you can see a huge time waste emphasis being put on with that Goyo and Smoke, especially for these default plants. It's going to be a little bit more bunkery from Real Test, not nearly as much roam presence as we saw in that basement.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to take a lot of that space for free. And I think a lot of this util going to be dedicated towards that admin side over. And we talked about it on the last stream, where you kind of have that invisible wall set up on vending that you have to make through. Even if you're not getting that plant, you've got to take that space up. It just seems to be part of that pro strat. So you can already see they're extending fully. They're going to take up the space over here and really make you work for that real estate.
Boy, from an operator perspective, the surprising one or the change up, that the difference between the Valk and the Azami. So Valk banned out, talked about it, so good from an intel perspective when we played out Nighthaven. That leaves Azami available and absolutely changes the way the game is played. But Ambi going for the spawn peak again, punished by SPOIT. I feel like we have seen the battle between those two happen across the board, whether or not it's on that entry pick or whether or not it's late in game. These two guys seem destined to just fight it out on this map.
Yeah, fate has decreed that they will 1v1 every single round. SPOIT coming the victor on this one, which means that Deimos going to be left into play. Everybody's still outside as they're taking a little extra time to get some drones in. Want to make sure that they suss these people out and give SPOIT that opportunity, that intel to make those devastating swings. Now starting to open up that main breach. Put some pressure on in the linear fashion.
Open up all these vertical sight lines, horizontal. They're making sure from the Super Slimy side, they have got the angles on this Real Test team. And the first one coming out, Wizard taking down Fens. Again, those two guys seem destined to do battle no matter which round or map we're in. Right now, Real Test is definitely struggling a bit to get something going. That flash C4 comes out. Boy, all this battle happening very condensed on the map aside from that opening spawn peak. This one is up close and personal.
Yep, now they do open up that main breach, but it's a crouch through, so still going to have to put yourself in a little bit of a disadvantaged situation if you want to make yourself in. Look at that.
Wow!
Sitting, waiting, and ready. Center's going to take SPOIT off the board, and that's going to be one closer to making the equalization here. Some pressure onto Spiral is going to force him to rotate around to the depths, but there is all kinds of tough space to define yourself, and now the push from both sides coming, vending and from the hallway. The double swing looking to get active here, but instead,
what's going on?
we're going to take one off the board. They don't make the swing together, and it's going to find one. Glybo takes him off the top of Spiral, now into a 3-2 situation. The Goyos are down. The fire is out. Now it's going to be Bandit the last alive, and he is dealt with swiftly.
It seems like a more bunkered setup is a huge struggle for this Real Test team. If they allow the Super Slimy time and give them a setting that's applicable to them and let them play at their pace, they're able to take it really well. It actually got scary. Like, that was a situation that Slimy should have won out right out, but it got down to a 2v1 there, and it got a little bit tossed up. But like the second center died on that smoke to deny time, the round was over. Slimy just had to pretty much get the default plant up, and there wasn't really enough to deny it.
All right, one apiece ties this up. A little bit more on the line here for Real Test as they have to be successful on this map pick to get themselves a shot at that third map. Not a bad way to start it. Means we're going to see that test on the Tersh. We head down to that first floor.
That's right. If you're just joining us, welcome everyone to the Speedy Rival Lower Bracket Final here. This tournament set up very much like the Rival Roller Series Prime. Got a grand final team, Jynxzi, waiting to see who they're going to play. Who's it going to be, Real Test or Super Slimy? And last opportunity, you said it, for Real Test. They are already down 1-0 in this best of 3. Super Slimy has got that map advantage, all of the pressure on Real Test, and they're starting off on defense. They have got to build up a big lead right now on this first half to be able to slow down this team. They have been playing very aggressive, whether it's on defense or on attack. Super Slimy has been doing a fantastic job, and right now they're punishing Real Test for any of the mistakes they're making. Almost feels like when Real Test wins, it felt like there was a little bit of luck involved.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to go for something here. They're spotting them out on the cams. The default has been left up. It's a precarious place to find yourself should you neglect some of the basic step 1 duties. No C4. They're not able to find it. Doesn't put it in the right place.
Was it a bait, though? Were they, like, leaving the default up with the guy in the cams waiting to see whether or not they could take advantage of a run-out? Was it a strategy there to take advantage of an over-aggressive defensive team?
I think somebody huffed a little too hard on the copium tank, because I don't think so, my friend. It doesn't amount to anything. No damage done to either side, so it will fall down as a mystery of what was going on behind the scenes there. Looking to get active on the spiral.
Beautiful. What a swing.
Libo able to take Fens down, and that's Fens gone again early in the round. That's a tough one.
Yeah, Fens was one of those guys that Real Test had been counting on the previous map on Nighthaven. He was the guy who seemed to be really making a lot of progress for this team, and going down early, round after round here at the beginning of Consulate is definitely going to be a problem for this Real Test team. Again, 4v5 with 1:15 left. This one is a tough hill to climb. 2v5 now as SPOIT picks up another.
God, 1v5 SPOIT just will not be denied. Wizard finds the first, and then it's just a domino effect to now mute the last alive. Looking for some vertical, not able to find it, but a C4? No, not in his hands. SPOIT, you left the Deimos on the board, and you have paid the price. Will it be enough to atone for your sins? We're going to find out on the next round.
Man, I mean, like, you've brought out every counter that you can to SPOIT, too. You're bringing out a Vigil to try and dodge those pesky trackers. You're bringing out a Mute Jammer to deny it. It doesn't even matter. Like, SPOIT is just running them down right now. And Fens getting first pick as one of their key players in this team is not great either. And that was a more aggressive, not as much as the first round what they won, but we saw more roam presence on that, but still, it wasn't enough. And finally, seems to be the site that they can rely upon. This basement site, but it just looks really vanilla and I don't know, maybe rookie average from Real Test. I think it's mostly just mental chalk. I think these guys are now really down on themselves, and who do you rely upon to bring you out? Like, what's the leadership like inside of that camp?
A tough question. The first round rotate is over. So this will be the adaptation. We're going to see what are they bringing different to the table. We're going to start out with a little bit of intel. Mozzie's on the board now. Some of that mobile intel even. Plenty of explosives. 3 C4s. Looking to try to get some of that damage done from a distance. Spawn peek, though. Still trying to get active. Hasn't worked out very well for Real Test in the last couple of rounds. Does find that first kill on a SPOIT, but that wasn't a spawn peek on round 1. But still quick and early.
They have got to put that attacking pressure on. They need to try and slow down Super Slimy. Don't let this team gain some space, gain some ground, slow them down. And that is definitely one of the areas. We said it, Super Slimy, they've been taking advantage of being very aggressive. Everything Real Test needs to do, take it safe though, right? Pick your battles, hold on here for this ride. This is a very good team. We're talking about having pros, T2, and expert content creators from the console scene playing here on this team, and they are winners who've made it this far. Yeah, they lost to Jynxzi to send them down to this lower bracket final, but they can absolutely do this and win this. But like we said, all of the pressure is on Real Test. It is time, and there it is. Fens taking down SPOIT and the Deimos. No more 3K on that Deimos going to come out this round. What a first
exactly
pick.
Like that round 1.
Yeah, that was a huge round as the P10 rings out, but Fens just a little bit too aggressive, flew too close to the sun, and he loses his life in the process. But it's answered back immediately. So I was able to find one. Now puts us into a 4-3 as they start to make this push up. Here's a little bit of the sound cue. Doesn't know exactly where that came from. So instead, he's going to take the scenic route. He's going to rotate around, start to apply some of this vertical pressure here, suss out where they're sitting potentially on the wall or back close to those rotate areas. They've got the pings, they've got the intel. Now the bandits off the board, and it's going to be a little bit later than anticipated to get that thermite out. And
it's too late.
Tough. That was a miss. That was a missed throw. There's no way he was going for the roof, right? That was supposed to go outside and take care of that thermite, and just
he was going for the buck. I think playing for the vertical, taking shots at the floor here. There it is. Going to go for the same.
Boom,
RICCI
baby.
hits it.
Wizard blown sky high. Now they got to find a way to deal with this Mira setup. They take themselves into a 4v2 situation. 49 seconds left on the board. Still got roam game as Iowa's up on that first floor, but he's making his way back down into sight. So just a bunker down. Gonna have to rely on some of that vertical play, taking shots. They know at least where Thermite is.
He's elbow.
And they know where, yep, they know where each person is.
my.
Oh, a shot onto the elbow. Not gonna amount to a kill.
He
He's gonna
survives,
live.
though.
Yeah, that's a tough place to find yourself. Could have been a kill, but just not going to be the case. Looking for that long angle. Now it's the drop-down hatch. There's a couple of pre-fires ring up. They're going to find it. Now into a 4v1. It's all onto the shoulders of low health Thermite, and Ambi's going to find him.
This is not where the question lies. It's about can they win if it's not a basement defense. This is the real... I almost made a pun without even saying. I almost said this is the real test. These guys... They're going to have to lock in here. They obviously have the talent. They showed it Friday. You know it with Ambi, one of the best young talents in the PC scene. He's been consistent throughout this tournament, and they've gotten to this position, a lower bracket final. They have the talent. They just need to show it, and they can't let themselves get down on each other, and that's the real key factor. RICCI is feeling higher than ever coming into this tournament after winning a event for the feels like the first time in forever. But you've got to go up against SPOIT on the Deimos. What like an epic task to try and do it upon.
Yeah, they put no respect on it. They said, you know what, bring the Deimos. We're not even afraid. And you know what? 2 rounds in a row, he was dealt with early. 2 rounds in a row, they found them, or not in a row, but 2 rounds, they found themselves the dub. So the obvious win condition is you got to take down SPOIT. That's their step number 1.
Yeah, we said that at the end of Nighthaven as well. That's the win condition, because, yeah, if Deimos is left alive, SPOIT got a 3K back on, I think it was round 3. Just stayed alive.
Well, on that Legion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The unbelievable play when he's able to pull it off. So you said it, WinCon, stay alive a little bit longer. Fenn's bringing out this Azami, maybe setting up some of those one-ways, going to make it even more difficult here for this team. But love the fact that the drone causing some chaos for the attacking team. You know what?
Drone.
Just drone v drone.
Until the Twitch is there to say, you know what, get out of my house. Does take one of those Mozzie pests down. And he's about to be rewarded with another one. Look at the other drones. A lot of drone work going on here, trying to be elusive towards this Mozzie and stay away from those mutes. Because, of course, that Twitch is going to be so huge and prevalent. The F2 ringing out, not able to find anybody just yet as they start to put some pressure here on the admin side. Got a little intel that somebody's holding and waiting. Oh, a missed opportunity. The pixel gone wrong.
Still stacked 10 apiece, though. This first minute going down. Engagements happening all over the place, but not even, no deaths, no damage really done at this point. Just dealing with utility, dealing with intel and drones. The intel fight happening here, and right now Wheel Test has got a fantastic hold on the admin side. 3 players, as well as 2 of the defenders back in the power positions over on site, and Super Slimy all stuck outside the building besides Glybo. Everybody outside working on trying to find their spot in, still working the utility side. When they're finally going to start to make the push in, but admin is not clear. It is not ready. They've got a lot of defenders in play.
Yeah, but look at that. First one's going to get taken off the board, leaving that mute on a 1 and 4 KD. Swing onto the spiral is going to amount to nothing as they find him. Fens goes down again, down to a 5v3. Tough situation. Ambi going to have to be one of those anchor points, one of those heroes with the Vector in his hand. We are seeing a shotgun close. We're looking to see if they can get some intel on it. 54 as it starts to count down. The rotate around. Bathroom presence now as the pincher move starting to happen, but Ambi makes the rotate over to yellow to stop any sort of that side pressure jumping in from the bathroom area. It says it's jump on in. The water ain't fine, my friends. 5-3. Defense is holding on. If they can get a kill here, maybe 2 to equalize, they can stymie the rest of this push, but the pressure is going to start to mount, and there, Deimos is starting to ping on to the Mozzie, but there's a mute there, so he's able to stop that play in its pocket. Quick repel action is going to see the P10 to take the Monk off the board, leaves him praying. SPOIT goes down. Wizard able to find 2, though, to bring it back into the round. They all can frag. Now, all of a sudden, a shotgun finds it, and 1 shotgun down here as well. The plant is starting to go down. down, and 2 smokes still in hand, but the plant is going to be solidified. So now he's got a tough situation to bring himself back. It's the cross set up. He's gonna have to take the shot on the right and then pivot around to take the shot on the left, and they are just holding. It's not gonna be the case. Wizard with a 3K.
A very, very, very aggressive defense on the east side. They had at least 3 players over there. I think they had 4 at one point, and Wizard almost got that guy in the cross. Lot of util put down there. But the Glybo opens up everything on that spiral staircase, and it just collapsed for that real test defense. It was the key pressure point. And when we talk about Glybo, he's probably one of the most underrated controller players in the scene. He is known amongst the controller players, but against like the general audience, they know like the RICCIs, the Jynxzis, the Mingos, the guys that are really big in the streaming side. But Glybo is one of these names that is feared amongst these players.
A man that stands tall. They get it done. They find themselves the score advantage in the first half on the attacking side of map number 2. If I'm real test, I'm starting to get a little bit nervous now. Can see that standard split go to the attacker side of Consulate, but it's not very often. Expecting Super Slimy to have a pretty powerful defense lined up and ready. So we're going to have to see some unforced or some unseen aggression out of this defense. They need to maintain those early picks, and they're going to have to do it kind of in a 2-for-1 combo. They need to get 2 of those entries to really stand a chance here on the last bit of this half.
To go on what Red said regarding the rosters, to me that's one of the things I absolutely love about the Roller series here is you've got pros playing with controller players, with T2 PC players. Everybody has got the opportunity to win in this case, right? It is not stuck in a T2 league. We're actually getting to see these players in sort of stacks that are created on the day before. Who's going to play? How's it going to fit together? We're seeing this siege develop organically, and these fights that happen is fantastic to see it. You said it, Glybo amazing, getting his chance now to show what he can do here in this Speedy X Roller tournament. Now, the question is, you said it, real test. One more round on defense. They have got to lock it down at this point. It is not common for Consulate to be attacker-sided. Super Slimy is just playing a little bit better right now, but I certainly think this team can put together one last defense when they need to, and Ambi is going to start it off taking down that aforementioned Glybo.
Yeah, that's right. Glybo is done. The P10 Roni takes out. That is a huge first pick, and that's going to be centered to take down SPOIT as well. So, yeah, that's the win condition gone and met, and they got the hero of the last couple of rounds down. So things start to fall in favor of Real Test here as they claim the man advantage. Time starting to tick down as well, so the pressure will be on to the attack team to make that next kill, to win that next engagement. They got to get through some Fenrirs to do so.
Wow, what a combo. The G-Man and SPOIT both down to start this thing off. They've got a little extra health from the Finka and Wizard, but not going to be able to boost them back.
Whoa.
And not going to be able to do any boosting at all. RICCI takes him down. Incredible play.
Gadget removed.
Wow, it's all falling apart here for this Super Slimy team. There's 50 seconds left, but it's all up to Monk.
Man, what a position to find yourself in, too. Does take a quick pre-fire towards that, towards the split. Pistol popping, almost like he knows that the round is lost. It's a pistol off.
Absolutely. That was for the clip right there, my friend.
Yeah, we did it for the stream, folks.
Halftime, 3-3 is our score. Real Test found a good win condition. Eliminating SPOIT early. We kept bringing that up. When SPOIT goes early, it just feels like Super Slimy's kind of a little bit caught off guard. It did get scary there for a moment, but Real Test does close it out. And now you're switching sides, which honestly, you don't have to deal with that Deimos anymore now, which is a good thing for this Real Test team. And I'm curious to see if we're going to be seeing this as a more offense or defensive sided map. We did see a lot of basement from Real Test, but the default site we're going to see this time around from SPOIT's team is being upstairs.
Okay, I love it. Time to switch gears, the op swap, and see what Super Slimy brings to that defensive demure strategy. Lots of area now. Goyo on the board, got some smokes. Azami allowed to be prevalent and present here on the top floor. This is a stacked defense. This is going to be tough to get through.
10 seconds remaining.
To me, the big question is, how aggressive are they going to be to start off? Are we seeing peeks on the windows? Are we going to see something special brought out to try and shut this Real Test team down? You talk about taking on and fighting the mental between these teams. They can get an early pick on this team, and look at that. All those red pings coming out. They identified all of these operators very quickly with that default cam. All coming from the same place as well. It looks like very much an admin overtake here, setting up from the Real Test side. So Super Slimy going to put the nail in the coffin quick on this starting off defensive side. That's what they need to do here.
Real heavy investment into that admin hold here with the Azami setup. Those Kiba barriers really just locking in some of that static warfare. Goyos do get taken down as a grenade rings out and finds the first. Get some of that util off the board, but kind of looks unaware that somebody is standing holding the C4 onto the skylight. Could be an absolute disaster for anybody up on the roof if he remains unsussed out.
Both teams taking a little bit of a slower approach at this point. Right now it looks like Super Slimy feeling very good about their holds. Most of them holding positions in place, but okay, opening up that main breach, taking a couple shots with the bandit, rotating back, gaining some space here. So they're moving slowly, looking, making the play, and we know Center playing the Monty. Didn't get the opportunity on Nighthaven because of banned out, but knew that once he was available, that's who we were going to see Center playing on.
They're taking up some real important space here as admin is basically theirs for free now, and Bandit going to make it a little bit more difficult for anybody to walk in, but Fenn's going to find the first on the SPOIT as the LMG is going to ring out, and they've now taken not just a ton of space, but removed a C4 and a devastating shotgun in the hands of the top
Wild.
frag, or one of the normal top frags. So now Monty is taking that space, the walking drone able to communicate where some of these players are sitting at, and they've got 2 Candelas, a global gadget of Finka, lots of intel in the hands of the Lion. I mean, they are primed, prepped, and ready to potentially get their plan on.
The Goyo canister's still in play, though. I think that's one of the things we've seen
And
from Real
smoke.
Test struggling. Yeah, the area denial is not dealt with. There is still a lot of opportunity in there. One of those Goyo canisters goes off.
He looked at him.
Wow. What a miss there. Unfortunate on Wizard's side. Yeah, those gadgets are going off. That utility burning up the place. There's 35 seconds left. Real Test has got the option.
That's right. Goyo canister still making that push absolutely difficult. And as, oh my lord, unsussed out. Now he's going to make the rotate around because he was forced
How
out
does
of
he
it.
survive that?
It was only the Monty that was there, and so he's pushed up. He's got the intel, looking for that shot. Gonna get wasted as Ambi takes him off the board. Plan's starting to go down. It's a C4 as he holds on to the main breach area. A double kill out of
Okay.
Ambi. Finds one onto the main breach. A C4 sends out. Is he gonna be rewarded? No, he needed that. Now the Monty has locked him into the closet. There is nothing left to do but die.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is why Center is regarded as one of the best shield players in this console tourney. I mean, just that little bit of movement to allow an angle into that room right there. But he just works his way into sight. And I would like to see them be more aggressive and not have a plan at 15 seconds, especially if you have a Monty, but it doesn't even matter. He just kind of finesses his way in, gets his team information. Phantom kind of caught out in the open. And now Real Test has a way into this because Monty was left on the board. Play around the shield. That is your strength of this team. We saw Jynxzi get super frustrated, even though they 2-0'd them when they had to go against this yesterday. It's going to be more of that today. The win con for this team is just playing around the shield, being very aggressive in the face of the defense.
And kill SPOIT.
And
4 and
kill
5.
SPOIT. Can't forget about that.
4 and 5. He's sitting in a deficit currently in the KD realm. And because of that, we're looking at the scoreboard leaning into the hands of Real Test. Bringing the exact same lineup, whether they go 2F or to the basement, the attack team is like, you know what? That worked really well. Let's do that again. Oh, there's the switch up.
Yeah, the change. And I thought we were gonna see the Goyo canisters, the air denial be a little bit more of a factor there, but we said we were not expecting to see the attacker-sided consulate, but Real Test picks up their first attacking win on this team. So taking advantage of Super Slimy, what feels like, again, having Spoit go down, he wasn't playing the Legion. I was wondering, I almost said it right at the beginning of that first round that Spoit's definitely going to play Legion, even though he's not on Deimos. He's still deadly on the Legion. He ended up not playing it and goes down early, not a big factor in the attacker's win. This round could be the difference maker as Spoit back on that Legion and what seems to be a pretty comfortable combo here from the Super Slimy defense. So Real Test has got their work cut out for them, but I like the setup. Center on the Blitz and Ambi on the Lurk with that Nook.
I love the Nook play. I love how often we're seeing it come out as well now. Taking their time to get this intel. They sussed him out sitting in that lounge area, and Spoit able to work his way around towards the yellow stairs. So now they've been allowed to take some of that space and move in. Oh,
that
my
siege
Lord,
timing!
the siege timing works out into the hands of Wizard. He's able to get back down to sight. They almost catch him again. Spoit going to find the first as the body shots ring into Fens. That's going to take out that roam game. So whoever's left out and about, specifically Spoit and Wizard, are going to be left unchecked, at least as far as the Jackal goes. Tough pick. Monk with MP7 onto the Thermite.
That's the hard breach.
The walls are going to stay closed. Yeah, game changer. Now you got to find yourself an alternative entry into sight, which usually means walking through a doorway. Never an ideal scenario. Wizard able to find Ambi off the board as it starts to just fall apart for this attacking team. They've got to be absolutely perfect here in this round, this minute and 17. They're going to march down together. Army of two down the yellow stairs, trying to be quiet, not give away that they are making their way in. Instead, oh no, they're going to take some vertical play here. They just wanted to make sure that they're set up for that potential yellow, but the Warden just is going to not do anything. Instead, it's just going to be good night, sleep tight, and they're going to get stuffed out.
I mean,
the Warden. I mean the Blitz, not the Warden.
When you got like a Blitz running at you with a man behind him, it felt like he was done for. But good coverage, fire, and just a little bit more chaos. Real Test just fell on their face right there. They had some rounds in a row, which was the first time in like forever that we could pretty much say that about this team. And then they kind of just got caught out. And that's like, I think the benefit when you compare these teams, and the biggest difference maker is that Slimy, at any moment they can switch it on and just ball out. But for this Real Test team, it feels like they need to like get some momentum behind them in order to just really continue to ball out. And we saw that in map 1. And they had a moment there to do it here in map 2. And now it's coming down to a dead even. It feels like things are at an even keel. So when we talk about this round, we saw the Monty play and how dominant it was. This time we're going to be seeing a Blitz from center. That changes things a little bit. This, to me, seems a little bit more aggressive of a push.
I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, right? I agree.
Absolute demon on the Monty. Kind of left lacking on the Blitz play.
They got a sense, too.
You know, well, so could be looking at something a little bit quicker, right? Maybe not necessarily that rush necessarily, but potentially Ying on the board, sends. We've got the line, you got the Blitz, all the makings outside of maybe like a Finka that could help out in that situation. Something's going to happen quick.
A little bit of the ace for the distraction potentially, but yeah, I think this is a quick execute setup as they work. We just have to figure out which lines are they going to go with, where is that push initially going to come from, but opening up all the windows, I thought that was going to be a jump out from Spoit, but hold the trigger discipline and rotate back, continue to hold on the admin side, just pull back a little bit from it. And I got to say, we were talking a lot about this defense here coming up from Super Slimy, again, taking advantage of the vertical. They're just better at the vertical play right now than Real Test has been, punishing those last few attackers from there. So here's the question, can Real Test deal with that? They're on attack, you gain some of this vertical space, gain some of the 2F, they're going to have to watch out for any of this extra pressure from down below from Super Slimy. Wizard in that play. It's only got one more of those impact nades left, but while Fens taking down Spoit, huge win con here in a 5v4 with a minute 45 left in.
That's right, but any player kind of allowed to pop off here in this series. A C4 Fens again.
Answered back.
The first to die. Oh, that's got to be shocking, my friends. Absolutely shocking. So 4-4 as it gets equalized here. Blitz going to take a quick look outside and go, you know what? Time for a bit of a redirect.
They had the assets in place for a fast execute, but right now taking their time of planning where is it going to happen. They lost the Sens. That's unfortunate with Fens going down, but you still have got the Ying, you still have got the Lion in a center on that blitz. So where's it going to play? Like I said, Ace working on opening up the sight line. Heard that coming out, but right now, Super Slimy in play, holding on tight, and still with that vigil downstairs holding that first floor. That could potentially be the spoiler.
That's right. Yin Kando start to go out in a smoke to answer back, and Blitz has made his way down, and that's going to be the first kill as it rings out. And
wow!
Take two.
Oh.
Wizard able to find one on the rotate down below.
Shut
it just absolutely
down.
falls apart yet again for real test, as it's going to be Ace again, alone, alive, and trying to fight to bring this round back in. He's got to deal with the two on the left. A little bit of a controller spin, a little bit of style, a little bit of pizzazz. Not able to find the kill just yet. A couple of shots towards that closet area. He makes the push up.
There's
That's
one.
Be the shot onto the crouch. Now looking towards that bathroom area. He almost has the idea of where they both are at, but just no intel to be able to follow through up onto that. So takes a shot onto
Yes!
the bathroom. Looking again. Game sense on point, and with 5 seconds, they're going to start rotating down. He grabs the case. He's going to get inside. He's going to be able to start this plant. It's on yellow stairs. Wizard, though, is going to be able to come up and deal with this fairly easily.
Oh.
Good night, sleep tight. Wizard with a little bit of magic as he brings himself back into sight.
Really smart from Wizard to just run away. He knows that there's nothing that Richie can do if he just goes and plays his life. Richie, I mean, like, you give him like a couple of more seconds, maybe he can do something. Wow, that is so heartbreaking for Richie on that. But the real hero to me right now is Glybo. This guy is having a legendary game right now, and you need him if you're going to advance up and try to play this Jynxzi team.
Yeah, this Jynxzi team who's been on fire, right? They have just been winning back-to-back every single event that's coming through. And in fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, every roller that we've done, was it a Jynxzi stack this one?
Yes,
Well,
that
last
is.
Sunday.
Yeah, but all of the ones that we've had a chance to cast. Now, I will say the difference here, though, is Spoit was playing on Jynxi's team last time we cast it. Now, they, assuming a Super Slimy wins this, they're going to be facing off against each other. So, like you said, it's one of the things I love about this tourney is the change up in the lineup. So you have got a lot of great players here. Who is it going to be?
Spoit has won every tournament he has played in the roller tournaments. And he also just went up against Jynxzi for the very first time in these tourneys yesterday, and that obviously went the way of Jynxi's team. So a lot of firsts, a lot of new things here in the scene, and that obviously has come with our recent update to allow these PC players in for a cross-play game, and it's awesome. It's brought such a new dynamic to the roller tourneys.
I love it. Did you see that little interaction with the Nook and Sledge there? Right, Nook trying to make sure that they remain unseen on the cam. So had the gadget on, telling the Sledge to take that cam out if it starts to peak. They get it down, so none the wiser that the Nook might be coming up on a bit of the lurk play. Now, the big part of that, the caveat, it is Fens. He's going to have to stay alive longer than that first entry kill to be any sort of effect in the round here. We've already got a full minute, Whiskey, that started to count down.
Oh, what a great play there. The nade, it doesn't hit. He's able to keep the bandit trick in play. Got that wall locked off. Richie not going to be able to open that up unless, again, they spend some more utility, and Fence goes down the Nook. Boy, it was a great play, but they sussed that out very quickly and shut down the opening pick again, and now things are starting to look dicey for this Real Test team. They've got to win here on the tertiary.
They have just got his number. Ringing up Fens, find out where he's at, and kill him first has been the strat here for Super Slimy, and it's worked out really, really a lot, unfortunately. So Blitz has made his way in, and that's going to be the first kill. Ace going to take one off the board, and that's going to be the equalizers. We now find ourselves in a 4-4. We start to hear the smokes going out as the roam down below and on the first floor starting to come into fruition. That's going to be Ace to take another one, and that's the win condition met. Ace is gone.
What a play!
So sussed out down below, and now the plant's starting to go down as we're looking to get tied up on the score line. Wizard, the last alive. He's on the spiral. He's got to be perfect for 4. It's too hard of a situation for him to bring this back. We'll see, especially with the Boss G in hand. You just can't take a 1vx with a Boss G, folks.
All right, I got a question. I've got a question. So does the Solus scanner detect when why can't I think of the operator's name? The sneaker, who goes
Vigil?
invisible on camera. No, not Vigil,
Nook.
on attack.
Nook.
Nook, yeah. The Solus detect Nook on the jammer or whatever Nook's ability is called? Because they knew that he was but it didn't even matter in the end, because RICCI, I think the main point here is also really starting to take over this series, and he is such a huge motivator for this team. I think he's on 10 kills, 10 and 6, leading his team. It's kind of rare for RICCI to be in this position. Exactly, that's why, because he is a support player for this team. And he is really willing this team of superstars back in the battle. And Benz is, I think, the other big point to bring up. He's died every single round. He needs to stay up until some of these late game situations and help his team out in that category. Double negative from him. That is not the player we're used to seeing, especially in these roller tourneys. Benz is a talented player, but he's not showing up right now.
Yeah, not only has he died it has died every single round, but a lot of them, he's been the very first kill. That entry, Gonzo. Impactless on the round outside of utility use, which you're right. Not used to seeing that. Whiskey, we got to switch up. Late round, Spoit opting for the cap can.
Yeah, that's right. And real quick to answer the question, yes, Solus can detect Nook's gadget. It hides her from the cameras, not because Solus gadget detects the electricity
which makes
in it.
Plenty of sense.
Is able to detect it. So yeah, and huge change up here for Spoit to bring out the cap can. Talk about how good Capcan is in the console lobbies, banned out pretty often. But I was gonna say, RICCI, that battle between him and Wizard was definitely some sweet revenge after losing it back on round round 9. So fantastic for him to get the battle won against Wizard there, the final kill. But boy, the opening pick, though, to go on him, we talked about how great he was, 10 and 7 playing the support, and that's the hard breach that goes down. A little bit heartbreaking here for this Real Test team, but they've made it a game. Tied up 5-5. So close, and right now, anybody's game, but all the pressure on Real Test. If you're just joining us, it's a best of 3 between these, and Super Slimy has got map 1 in.
Yep, Pokeball rings out as Wizard's rewarded with a double for his trouble. Does get answered back as I was able to take him down, but the damage done. It's a 4v2. It's a low health Ram and a full health Thatchers. They're going to try to work some vertical here. No chance to get the hatch open. So there's no can openers to be had.
Oh my gosh.
A little bit of a cheeky placement there, but unrewarded.
Great positioning
If he did more squats, you would have seen him.
Perfectly held position, not moving, trigger discipline, stick discipline in play to not move at all, not a moment.
They've got the pinch here. Whether he goes left or right, sees the bit of his elbow, moves back in. It's like a lion, a hunt, trying to figure out where this bit of prey is. And they're gonna be rewarded. They're going to take down the monk. He was just absolutely pinched back and forth. 57 now as it starts to count down, and we're 1 away from the equalization here. 3v2 looks a lot more winnable from an attack side than a 4v2 does. So 1 more to find the equalizer, and they could put themselves in ready for a plan. A couple of shots towards the mirror. Up top. Good night. Gets the down onto Spoit. Now into a 2-2. Flash is starting to ring out as the last bit of push is starting to come in. Up onto the pillar. He's starting to make the plant, but he's coming from the backside, and that's going to be centered to find 1 off the board. And just like that, defense is back in this. They're going to find it as Spoit's Capcan trap claps back.
That should never get that close, especially when you take that hard breach out so early. But man, oh man, Real Test made a meal out of that one. They were super close to bringing that one back. But I think the big shout out goes to the observer. I love the switching of the POVs to the guy on the breach or not on the breach, but who popped the mirror looking for that player on the pillar, and then the guy up above on Iowa. That was hilarious to kind of watch them like mingle with that. And honestly, that was a lot of time waste. And then you saw Panic come through and they were trying to make that execute. And they almost made it. I would have loved to see maybe the diffuser get stuck, but good hold there from Slimy. The Capcan trap comes through, and now Real Test back up against the wall. They have a chance to force overtime. They need to find some magic, and just when they need to, they bring back the Monty for center.
That's right. And why is this next round important, Run? Because I always call it match point, but it's so much more than that at this point.
Yeah, we're on match point and series point and lower bracket grand final point here between these two teams. If Super Slimy can win this next round, they are going to the grand final to face Jynxzi here immediately following this game. So all the pressure on Real Test. Are we going to see that third map? Will we see Border? They've got one opportunity here to send it to OT, and gotta say, that last play, the Thatcher deactivating the Capcan traps there was the play of the game, at least initially. It looked like that was the perfect play, and I don't even know whether or not Real Test had identified the Capcans were on that door, but he walked through to get that plant down. After that Thatcher ran out, though, unfortunate in the way that it worked out, and the Capcan to finish off that round. You know, the sixth man coming in clutch. So one more opportunity for Real Test on attack, and they're going to do it upstairs in the 2F. We saw Real Test win this back on round 7, so they can do it. They lost it, though, on 9. Back and forth between these teams on the 2F.
Yeah, they made the adaptation, though. Red called it out. It's back onto the... No! I was going to say back onto the Monty, but... It is to be no more. Diffuser goes down, and the damage has been done. 2 for 1. It's a combo deal. The man advantage is heavy into the hands of Super Slimy now. They do take some ad control, though.
His defense again is now 5 and 12. This, you know, he's supposed to be one of their stars, and he's really hitting the slump. Just when it feels like the rest of this roster is starting to bounce back from that map 1. Really unlucky, and now minute 40, Slimy's going to take their time, but SPOIT is down.
Was anybody expecting SPOIT to jump out that window and pick up a double? Like,
You should put Claymores down.
I mean, it's a good point, but the fact that he's gonna take that opportunity, take that risk. They're 1 round away from OT. They're playing better in general. You don't need to take that kind of a risk, it felt like. I think, to me, a little bit surprising to see him and the guy that is, you know, the pro here on this team to take that kind of a risk. Man, I'm just a little bit surprised to see it, but okay, RICCI coming back, finding one here. It's a 2v3 with a minute left.
They're dead.
Oh, he got out of there. He got out of there and answered back. Ambi has seen the Matrix, so he knew what to do. He dodges the C4, comebacks, hits the bullets. Now into a 2-2 scenario, a 2-2 scenario with a low health on the side of the defense, and that's the plan. Starting to go down. The two heroes of the last couple of rounds, they're holding on to the cross, and there's the smoke that is going to stymie it, but not before he gets the plant down. So it is a post-plant scenario. Now the pressure onto the defense as they're trying to see some overtime. Now it's going to be 14-7 Wizard to try to bring this back. They've got the vertical play here. It's going to be shot from underneath, though, right? Isn't there somebody down there? Ash, Ambi's ready for it. They take the swing onto the stairs. All it needs is Ambi to take a quick peek as it goes through. Now pushing back up to the stairs, looking towards that long angle. He's trying to long arm it, takes it to 50, takes it to 75, gets back off of it.
Wizard hits it!
Oh, not enough, though! Ace able to find it, the support, the hard breach, able to secure the round for his team yet again, and we are out of regulation.
For me, RICCI throughout this map has been so massive, but that round was really Ambi staying alive. I thought he was dead to rights with that C4 on that little hallway. He dodges it, and not only does he dodge it, he then gets a kill on the 180. Beautiful kill there, and then RICCI gets the diffuser before the smoke comes through, and it forces the hand of the defense. I don't know how they brought that one out, but it really does feel like when SPOIT goes down, and it's not like the last minute of the round, you're not winning it for Slimy. And now we had to overtime. come on, like Fence. Look, you still just believe like he just has one round where he activates and shows that true potential. It can be over, and we head to map 3. If that guy unlocks and goes maybe just 2 kills, 1 kill, just does enough, pulls his weight, I think this game can just blow up in overtime.
We'll see, but here's the deal, and it's crazy that this is the win condition, right? Spoit went massive on map number 1, but has had a negative
7 and 8.
KD. But
Yeah.
when he's alive, he is facilitating plays from the team as well. Wizard, 15 and 8. Glybo, 13 and 8. Having some absolutely huge games, and it still seems to stem from Spoit being alive, even if he's not getting those kills. Impact player, that's for sure.
All right, so based on that, he gave up his life in that previous round. He's able to get 1 2 off that entry, but was it worth it? So I question whether or not that was a worthy trade in this case. RealTest able to find success off the back of that Spoit early exit. He's playing the Azami. He wasn't able to get all the Kiba barriers down, not able to use all of his utility before he wastes his life. So in this case, though, yeah, working on all of this utility from the droning perspective. They're going to drone out this super slimy defense as much as possible, and Spoit holding on to this Legion again. He is deadly on this operator.
Okay, double shield making their way back down the secret area. Does make the rotate around, and it's everybody's over here. Every single person outside of the Maverick who is doing some of that droning in. That's some flashes. That's taking the swing, and that's going to be a pistol pop as Spoit goes down. Win condition has been met. Now the man advantage sits into the hands of RealTest as they're looking to claim their first. Fens, you said he needs to be activated. Well, he's going to take Monk down in a delicious little headshot into a 5v3 situation.
What a shot!
Wizard, pure magic as he finds himself the wall bang, looking for a little bit of a headpiece showing, but Blitz able to back on out of there, maintain his life. It is just all chaos here as they are just rotating and moving and shooting and rotating. Minute 25 left, Whiskey.
I mean, that 5-man push in through secret, putting all the pressure on. Spoit was just the first speed bump in what was a very tough push there. But after taking him down, everything sort of fell apart. It rotated back. They backed off. But look at this Wizard. He gets the double.
Wow, still got 2 shields on the board, so a little bit of bully action as it's going to be. A little body shots after the headshot now puts us down into a 3-1. 2 shields left alive. The potential to bully is huge, but C4 is still in the hands. If he finds 1, he's a magician. If he finds 2, he's epic. 3 can be the magic number to clutch, and he's coming in from the backside to try and figure it out. But they've got his number. Fens needed to be activated. Well, he flipped the switch.
How did Wizard get over there to get that flank to begin with? Did he jump out the
Hopped
window?
out
and
the
roll through
window.
breach?
Yep.
Yeah, that was smart. That was pretty freaking smart, I gotta say, but not enough. Wizard had, I think, a double at least, but Fence also had one as well. And I love RealTest leaning into the shield play. That's their strength. They ran 2 of them that time, and then they just flooded Spoit. Nothing Spoit could do. He even had to rotate to help him out, but he just got solo down that hallway, and I know he must have been super frustrated to be run down by 2 shield players.
So that was the strat. Bully up, double shield, send them in, 2 spearheads, a double barrel shotgun, call it what you wanted. They brought 2, and it was successful. RealTest finds themselves up in the scoreline and looking to secure themselves a map and send us to map number 3.
And you go back to that Dokkaebi ban. You could have banned Monty. I think that was a very plausible ban for you to do. And it's a big question mark, honestly. You just saw it come to fruition. Center in Iowa running you down with those shields.
Yeah, good question, right? Do you ban the intel operator? Do you ban that roam clear or the shield? And I think assuming that they could take down a center, they could deal with the Monty more directly than have to worry about the roam operator from Dokkaebi. And Super Slimy had been doing on attack a fantastic job of just utilizing on defense, just doing a great job of having everything spread out and putting pressure on this RealTest team. So I think it leans into me why they banned it, and the difference between how good is center going to be holding on, well, we saw in that round, but it could have been so close Wizard was like one bullet away from completely shutting that thing down, and no way he survives that C4.
Man, huge, right? Absolutely huge. One C4 gone, 2 still to be had potentially for the long angle, but Fens with the P2, and he's going to take down the win condition from the other side. Almost got himself back up into a positive KD. Is Monty taking up a bunch of space? They've got him kind of locked into the corner here. Elysian Goo goes out to try and slow him down, forcing the movement. Gleibo able to take center down. Now puts us back into a 4-4. The shot, Ambi able to take him down. Answered back as a pistol pop. Ambi good for 2. Ambi good for 3 on the triple. Now
No way!
left alive is Wizard, and he's got to drop a 20 bomb to bring it back, but Fens will deny it. We are going to map 3.
Here we go. Just like that. It comes back. What a comeback from this team. They are really feeling themselves now. And I don't know what to predict, guys. I have no clue. I thought the mental was too far chalked, but it's way back now. What a response from Real Test. And everything's to play here for map 3. And I think everything now is at an even keel. We talked about Fens heading into overtime. We need to see more from him. I think he got 4 kills between, maybe 3 between those last 2 rounds. Good stuff from him. He wasn't dying as much. He played more disciplined. They actually even brought him onto the ace, which is a great adjustment as well. And the shield play was super strong too. And I think you have to go back. Why are we banning Dokkaebi instead of Blackbeard? That should have been when you play against center, you need to ban some form of shield. At least obviously you can't ban all 3, but you got to limit the options somehow.
Okay, well, the adaptation came through. We find Real Test takes map number 2. The Tersh is needed. The Tersh map? Is that a thing?
You
It
just
is
made it a
in
thing.
this case the decider border. It's going to be, boy. I'm with you, Red. I have got no idea which way this one is going to go. So many great opportunities here. Border is going to be a fantastic map. We know that some of these players love this map. One more chance, though. This is it. The lower bracket final all comes down to this map.
That's right. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to bring you the stunning conclusion and the very last map. Heyo.
Let's go.
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It was decided that map 3 was needed for the lower bracket finals. The next to go on and face the Jynxzi stack here in the grand finals, best of 5. We had a chance to listen in here because one of the fun parts about this Siege tournament is there are a bunch of streams going on. And Spoit had this to say. If I ban the Blitz, he brings the Monty. If I ban the Monty, he brings the Blitz. There's no way to ban the shields. It was like epic Spoit crash out.
It was like a mathematical debate. It's like if we ban Blackbeard, they go both Blitz and Monty. They're like, there's no winning against this team. And if that's the team that goes up to face Jynxzi's team, they hate the shield battle. They hate it. They would be up in their face. It's gonna be fun to watch. But we're seeing one shield to ban, at least one. And that came back to haunt them in map 2. We're going to see something here on Border. It won't be all the shields, but there will still be one shield. Center right now is just causing so many nightmares.
That's right. And it's Border. It's attack heavy. It's fast. It is not friendly to the sit still. And the shield plays reign supreme when everything is soft breach. Dokkaebi?
They banned Dokkaebi. Oh my gosh. We literally just listen. Like if you're
this is the observer. Is this the observer bug where this was actually the real test ban? Because I think they're on defense, so we know that even this bug was at SI, where the defense is supposed to ban first. In this case, I think it's just swapped on stream because of the observer bug. So we're seeing real test ban Dokkaebi. Leave all the shields on board. They don't want to deal with the Super Slimy problem. That leaves Super Slimy to ban the Monty there on attack. Because, like you said, ban the Monty, play the Blitz. Now, this is a big one. Blackbeard left available.
Ooh, spicy pick as the Vigil goes down. Real impact on that flank area.
They want Spoit to be better.
Here's the thing is
they want that track on the Deimos.
The Deimos being left alive. If Border is a different scenario than Consulate is when bringing the Deimos, right? There is so much soft breach around you. No matter what site that you are sitting in, the potential to get wall banged from a Deimos goes up by like 40%, 50% when you get on the Border. So understandable not to ban it on Consulate, but in place of a Dokkaebi, it's a real question mark for me for Border.
Wait, Wizards on Deimos? Wait a second. This could
be We're
just getting sent for a loop here, my friend. Everything changing up as we get into Border.
Deimos. Wiz was like, "Oi, let me have that. Give it over."
I mean, to be fair, he did go 14-7 or something on the last map. So I guess Gunner's gonna gun send it.
Oh my god, this is entertaining. It's setting up, folks. This is gonna be one heck of a series.
That is the absolute damn truth. Map 3, and we're getting started. Round number 1. Whiskey, it takes us up top to the 2F, the primary site. Almost any time you've ever seen Border played, it's that first skirmish, testing the waters. Who are you bringing? How are you slowing down? What's your reaction time? It's a good place to fight it out, and they're going to do it with a couple of fun operators. Royal on the board. Obviously, a zombie has been left alive and allowed to be used, and on Border, almost feels criminal.
I mean, it's a struggle. What do you try and take care of? We saw an awful lot of Vigil play on the previous map on Consulate and was very good, very impactful on the Wizards side. So, Real Test not wanting to have to deal with that, leaving it available. So you got the Azami as the alternative, and it didn't feel like Azami was as impactful as she certainly could have been. Partially we're seeing Spoit jump out and
there it is.
Another run out. It's one of the hallmarks we talked about from these console tourneys was the players being very aggressive to start out maps. We see things pull back a little bit as we get into the mid map, but they're starting out aggressive, making sure their point is known, their presence known, and I gotta say, it feels like this 2F always the place you start because that vertical presence is so strong, and what a way to start this thing out.
It almost feels like you can set your clock by it. Fens goes down first on the defensive side, and that's no stims, right? Your dock is gone, and Zombie, what are you doing? Walking past a window, just carelessly tra-la-laing. Loses their life for it. Flash is coming in, a C4 to answer
C4?
back. Nothing
get
to be
anyone?
answered. They didn't find it. So now into a 3-2. Shots towards the fountains. They're going to make the rotate around towards 90. Spoit able to take Richie off the board. Ambi is low health, but able to find one as he answers back on to Spoit. 3-2, a C4 yet again. Hello. No, sir. Not going to be found. And now looking towards that long angle as they've opened up the single wall onto the breach. It's a 3v2. Attackers do have the man advantage, and the time is on their side.
Real Test, I mean, they're holding on to a couple power positions here, right? Playing behind the mirror. The mirror is still going to be a problem, but no! Twitch. Wow. That is a huge miss to allow the Twitch drone to get in, and now in a very difficult position. The fountain wall is not reinforced.
Yeah, they let him go for free as they make the rotate around, opting for a bigger push, and you know what? It pays off. Glybo, Wizard, good night, sleep tight.
Yeah, I mean, Ambi with that run out on the Goyo doesn't. I mean, Center got the kill, but that was pretty much all Ambi who caused all that chaos and all that hoopa lupa, whatever word you want to use for chaos. But it doesn't matter. Like, that immediately folded because Fens in Iowa were kind of just like la la lee lulu la and didn't pay attention to the window. So really careless from Real Test there, which is surprising considering that epic comeback that we just saw. You would feel like they're going to be really locked in.
Real Test, you broke red. You broke him.
Yeah, I'm just saying words now. I don't even know.
That's exactly what it amounted to, though. I couldn't have said it better myself, even if none of that was English. It still translated perfectly. It was a bit, huh? On the side of the defense.
I appreciate you, Glitter. I really appreciate you saving me there. That's W gas. W gas.
Okay, run it back. Did they take it back up to the 2F? Or
Absolutely.
Trying that again?
You've got
you got to ego 2F, right? That should be the site you win. What did they bring to change it up here?
A little bit of a change up there on the defensive side. Not going to bring the Goyo instead, opting for the Legion. Again, a very, very good operator. Fens playing the Doc again. I think that's a good call. And I don't know if we talked about it early on, but Richie, this is a map that loves to play. Very good on Bora. So here's the question. Can they turn this thing around? I think the answer is yes, but the Super Slimy, the Spoits team is just very, very good on the vertical play, and part of that is just understanding where are the places they can shoot through the walls, where can they punish the opposing team for making mistakes, and being in a position where you're open for the vertical or those soft breach plays. So they're very good at that and taking advantage of and punishing Real Test for making some of those mistakes. They're looking, though. You can see how much more focused Real Test is on the vertical this time around. They're looking through the floor, taking shots, opening up sight lines, and trying to prevent Super Slimy from gaining any bit of that advantage.
Oh, look at this. We're going to see another engagement on the window here. Maybe not caught slacking, just walking past this time. The shots towards East ring out. Nobody there to really receive any of that bullets. They open it up, now claim a little bit of real estate over here at the top of East. Intel now gone. Legion going to be the first to kind of contest that. Ambi trying to get active towards holding on to that break room. A flash onto the offense wall. Thank you, Jesus. I could not get that one out. Yeah, flash onto Troy and finds himself still safe and scared, but they're going to find one onto the window, and that's going to be the first kill. Azami goes down, and Spoit's able to find one. Wizard answered on defense. Poor guy. No doc stems where you went to, but Ambi is going to find one. He's going to knife one after my own heart. Glybo able to answer back. So, man advantage still sits into the hands of Super Slimy. They've got Spoit still on the board, and now they've droned him out and got him stuck in that fountain area. Some Legion goos go out, and that's going to give a sound cue, but Mira goes down, so now it's all going to be back on Mute. This is a scene we've seen 100 times in this match. Mute, Richie, the last alive, to try and bring this round back into his favor. No kills on the board just yet. Will he be able to change that scenario?
Droned out against some of the best gunners in the game right now, and the fact that Wizard is floating, I'm not thinking so. You got 45 seconds. The objective is going down. It's a 3v1. Richie has got his work cut out for him.
Yep, pivoting all around as he's in the aim lab simulator, trying to see if he can click a few heads and bring it back, but it's not going to be the case. Spoit's going to find it on the long angle. They're going to take it, and that is 2 now into the hands of the attackers.
You got to find 2 rounds, in my opinion, if you're the defense. Where can we get 2 rounds? It's not happening upstairs. Is this a third time's the charm? You can see real tests. They haven't selected any
No.
operators.
Okay.
Yeah, I was agreeing. I was
Surely
like,
not.
surely. Yeah, they're going to go first floor. Good swap. Abby's playing very aggressive. That's 2 spawn peaks in a row. The second one didn't amount to anything, but he still somehow. I am wondering what happened there on that knife kill. Did he get a knock? He got a kill, then finished his knock, maybe? That could have been the formula for there, but that looked really crazy in the kill feed.
In
Still
my
wasn't
heart,
enough.
he shot him and then immediately turned around and
Yeah,
knifed
just
the
like
dude.
brought out a katana and
Yeah,
just like
100%.
yanked somebody
Yeah,
behind him. like
right
a
down the
180.
middle. That's exactly
like
what happened.
John
in my
Wick
heart.
style type thing.
100% John Wick
Mhm.
activated. Yep.
Yep. Where's Amby from, like originally?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
Googling that.
good interview question if he wins. He said, "I'm
Amby, great
Googling
game
that.
today. Where are you from?
Where do you live? What's your address and the last 4 of your social?"
DDoS yourself.
It seems unlikely we're going to get those particular questions answered, but I'm guessing sometime in the next
Hey,
30, 40
don't be a
minutes here,
hater.
we're going to figure out whether or not Border is attacker-sided here in this tournament. And the way it's shaping up, Super Slimy picked up 2 on attack so far. And I know, Red, you said it. They need to find at least 2 on the real test side here on the defensive half. I agree. And if they're finding less than 2, certainly this is going to be a super slimy map is the way I would say this one plays out. But Spoit 4-1, Wizard 3-0. Glybo 3-1 as well. What a start for these guys. They are dominating right now on attack, and it's not feeling like it's even close at this point. So this real test team has got a lot of work cut out for them. Amby's trying to keep them in it, but the rest of the team's got to step up and match that level of intensity.
Where he put that soft breach charge at, does that open the sidewall as well since it's so close? Was that they put it there on purpose sort of thing, or just to be out of the way? Does anybody know?
I wasn't even-
I
was
thought
trying to figure out
I
where
thought it was
Amby's
to
from.
open up the sidewall as well. He did that on purpose.
I was on Google. Don't ask me.
Interesting. I'd be curious to see if that's how that works out. Seen some of that new tech with the new operator doing that with thermite charges to open up sidewalls, so I'm excited for some of that new play.
You can see how much vertical play they had set up over top here. Looking in the fountain area, you've got a ton of open space. This real test defense is leaning into the vertical play. They are going to work very hard at holding the 2F here and prevent Super Slimy from gaining any of that vertical control. This is important here. They've got to hold on. It's halfway through the round already, and this is the best job they've done so far at slowing this team down.
Yep, absolutely. Still 5-all. It's less than half the round. Getting those drones back in, really making sure that they're sussing everybody out. They don't want to fall to the gap spotted, the mistake. Everything needs to be intentional here for this attack team. So,
Finally
Jesus.
kill.
Okay. Good night. Easy taps onto Amby is going to take the man advantage into the hands of Super Slimy.
Wait.
Taking these long shots through the wall, using the soft breach to their advantage. Now the key here, though, is sights downstairs. All this action to happen upstairs on the 2F. It is not a 2F site. They've got to gain vertical control before the ultimate drop back, maybe to take on this objective.
Clock.
Center takes down one. That was huge.
Yeah, that's the win condition goes down, but it's answered back immediately as Glybo's able to find one. Jesus, Glybo with a triple now onto the round. Takes some long shots there. Frost able to take down. That's Fens to find one. His first kill of the map number 3.
Drop the hatch.
Looking to get active towards the next one. He's got to get back down, but if he takes this kill, if he wins it, and he does,
What?
he's in a way better position. Now, he's focused on the vertical. No way!
No way!
Right now. 0 before he gets into it. It's a post-plant scenario. 1v1. The Zofia charge are just being absolutely devastating. He's got a little bit of intel potentially on where it's at. He makes the drop down, looking to see if he can take the cross. He's crouched. They've got to have a little bit of intel on each other. He does know that he's there. He's creeping up. A predator, slowly trying to make it. The pre-fire, but not
What?
gonna happen. Super Slimy with a quick peek and just a nasty delete.
Oh my gosh. What a 1v1.
That's the fire rate. That's the fire rate from Frost Gun, I think, being a detriment. Right? He fired
think it's
in
just a
between
swing.
the shots.
Yeah, to me that was just a beautiful, well-timed swing, and one of them was a headshot, and the other was really unlucky. That felt, I mean, you had perfect intel for both of those players, and they were able to just see the gun skill from. Yeah, I think the gunfire too. But going to the round specifically, I thought the biggest factor was why are we not dropping the hatch and like giving it burp?
Defenders,
Like
protect your bombs from being
we have a
defused by
4v5 ish. There's like 30 seconds. Maybe just leave 1 or 2 players up there. Let's give up some of it. They're putting a lot of pressure. Let's just live to fight another day because the clock was running out. If you kept your numbers and made them hunt as long as they could, you would have probably won that round. But man, Fens was probably a millisecond away from stopping that plant too. Really, really unlucky. And now it's 3-0. They're gonna try the first floor again. And we've said this before. You have to find somewhere to win on 2 rounds, I feel like, for this defense.
Explosive end of the round, and I think you're both wrong on that account. All it is that Fantana has seen the Matrix and knew what to do when the bullets were flying. Absolutely dodged it and
like the
smoked
third
him on the
time he brought
headshot.
out the Matrix.
It's insane though. Like the dodge was crazy. In between bullets, reaches out and just touches him for the headshot. That can't be real. We're living in a simulation.
Well, we're going to see the full site rotation at this point. 2 rounds on the 2F, down to vent, and then to the bathroom teller's location. So they're not going to try and win there on vent, even though it was so close. It came down to it. The 1v1 swing at the end. This time, though, Ambi wins one early, so the defense finally gaining a little bit of a man advantage. Now they got to hold on to that advantage throughout the rest of this. And that is the Ram gone, so some of that vertical play going to be a little bit more difficult for Super Slimy to open some of this up on top of the Real Test team.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Okay, man advantage early, like it. Got it within the first minute, huge. Vertical game gone, check. Now it's just time to start to hold on and hopefully see what Red was talking about earlier, where they're giving up some of that space after they've got it. They've got the man advantage. Now it's just going to be relying on that trade game. Don't get sussed out in the 1v1 and equalize for the team. Now here they are trying to put the pincher move here onto the Fenrir. They're going to take Ambi down and they're going to get the double. That's the problem. All of a sudden the man advantage is back into the hands of the attack team. Flash is going out as the pressure upstairs starting to mount, but Fen's able to answer back. Spoit goes down. Win condition met. Did get sussed out, but they're still holding on pretty tight here to this 2F.
That's right. They've got to hold on to this second floor control, and the big focus there for Super Slimy and Monk taking down RICCI. That's unfortunate. That is the mute. At least he's got his passive utility down. Those jammers going to be in play if any of them are still left alive, but Center and Fens, the last 2 left alive. The T2 Demons here, the ones trying to hold down, and they've got to shut down this Super Slimy team, but Wizard is there and waiting and ready. Boy, all up to Fens.
Yep, and they do get some damage onto Wizard, but he is alive. He can still carry on the story. So they do start to rotate back down on the attack side, and Fens is going to find the kill onto the Wizard, which means that it's going to still has to deal with 7-2 Glybo. A very familiar situation here for the attack and the defense. This time they're going to go on to the other side. Already made the hatch drop down as Frost is pivoting back and forth, assuming that a pinch is coming, but be almost rewarded for the shots onto the breach there. Take another little quick pre-fire, but diffuser's down. Cross is held. This is a tough battle to swing in, especially because they know where you're at. They know where you're swinging from. It can be just a pre-fire that's going to look like absolute magic. So a rotate into workshop brings out the shotgun to put themselves into a little bit more advantageous situation where you can see a little bit better. They've got the cross, but they're still set up. Monk was ready. Fens off the board, and attack finds another.
Not as scary as the last 1v3 Fens had to do, but just good stuff. I feel like in the execute, in getting rid of roamers, finding out the information of where they are, and Ambi is just playing super aggressive on these spawn peaks. I think is it a 4-for-4 on terms of rounds that he has spawn peaked, or is it 3-for-4? But he's definitely gotten at least 2 kills from it. But they can't figure out how to close out these late game rounds.
I think it is 4. I think he's peaked every single round.
Yeah, I think so. At least 3 of the rounds he's walked out of the building.
Mm-hmm. Well, hasn't quite got the job done. 4-0 is a tough start. You said they need to find 2. Well, there's only 2 opportunities left to do so. And going to bring a little bit of an adaptation. I love the call of bringing the castle out here. It's really aggressive on the side of the attack. We've been talking about it all game. Well, bring something that's going to slow them down a little bit. This is a good adaptation.
Yeah, but This trying to prevent more of those angles, prevent more of that soft reach, give the defense a little bit more room to maneuver, make this attacking team waste some more of the utility so they don't have it available to open up some of the soft reach angles. Those are the doors that were going to be open anyway. So I agree. Good call here. Interesting, you know, they're not trying the Clash again. I wonder whether or not we would see Clash, whether or not she was going to make a presence, but right now feeling like just holding on to space through utility a little bit more important than using the shield. So going to see more shield play come out, I think, once we see the side swap. And we're 2 rounds away from it. You said it. Super Slimy, 4 in a row. Right now, this is their most dominant round count we've seen so far. They are hanging on to a tremendous amount of momentum. And we talked about early on in this match, in this best of 3, that Super Slimy, SPOIT's team didn't even need to really rely on momentum. They had fantastic players. That was what was keeping them in this. It was RICCI that seemed to thrive on having a little bit of momentum. So for 4 in a row already, this is a tough hill to climb for RICCI. They have got their work cut out for them. They've matched the map count. We're tied up 1-1 in this best of 3. Neither team having an advantage on the map, so it all comes down to border.
Okay, a couple of shots towards that east stair as they're starting to make their presence known. Pre-fire from the break room almost catches a kill. Now Nomad is on a low health scenario. 1 bullet to potentially finish them off. They get some more intel at the top of east. There's a huge presence over here, but they're making the rotate. So they put the pressure on and now kind of rotating out. Now a zombie still there is going to be taken off the board. Monk and Glybo both able to find one. Doc in a low health scenario as he holds on to security, but he's full stemmed back up again. They do take down the Nomad, so they did find 1. They need 1 more to equalize.
4-3, moving a little bit slower. Is working it. That's the utility coming out, taking out that bulletproof cam that was upstairs. So right now, it is feeling like this attacking team has gotten the assets in place. They've cleared out some of this defensive utility, working on gaining the space. And I was going to say, Doc going down, stemmed up, and then gone again. Wizard. Boy, he's not having the incredible kill count so far, but that's because we're so early in this game. It's been unbelievable, and SPOIT to finish it off. Super Slimy, that is 5 rounds in a row for this team. They are dominating border.
I feel like round 4 was the turning point. It's just like, all right, we're too far gone, you know, for RICCI, and it just continues to compound upon itself. It's difficult to see a route back for these guys. You lost your PC players, and it went down to a 3v5 in that round. What do you do? You're trying different things. You're trying different looks, but no matter what, it's just always getting thrown back at you. And we're still to see. I bet that shield play will come back in and maybe make a little bit of a dent, but surely SPOIT and Co. pick up 1 defense. This really feels like a 6-0, and RICCI is going to have to lock in on their attack.
Got to lock in. You said Wizard doesn't quite have the numbers, but look around. Look at his friends. Glybo 9-2, SPOIT 6-3, Wizard 5-2. So it's not that he doesn't have them; it's that it's spread out. Plenty to go around. Couple of people just absolutely popping off. 5-0 is a tough start. 6-0 would be devastating.
We talked about this team, RICCI. Was the mental chalk coming into this game? We saw that they were really struggling yesterday. They found a way to win coming into today, and they picked up that first map. Super Slimy did on Nighthaven 7-3, and they started the second map. They wanted to start it immediately, like a 30-second pause between maps, thinking that they could take advantage of RICCI being down after losing that map.
Again.
RICCI showed the advantage here. They showed their mental fortitude to come back and win Consulate 8-6 in overtime. So they can put it together. They can win when their back is to the wall. But right now, it is even more so. They have got to show up here when the mental is a problem. And RICCI, there it is. Ambi went down early, but it's a 4v2, and unfortunately the Doc goes down. So even though RICCI is alive, he is low on health.
Yeah, that's right, but they do manage to get to Ashgon. Glybo down, so man advantage does sit into the hands of the defense as they're kind of looking at their best chance to claim their first round here on map number 3. Wizard's still active though. Spoit's still on the scene, and that's going to be Wizard taken down.
It's a trade!
On the trade. What a play. So 3-2 now is 1:49. Plenty of time for this attack team, but they're not going to waste any of that. They might get a drone in, but really, they're looking to take some gunfights. They want to find that equalizer and then start to make that push down. Looking towards the rotate, pushing up. He's got this fountain pressure that he's got to deal with. A little bit of a distraction as he's opening up. Something to come back to should he make this kill here as they hold on to the 90 area. 3v2. Finds the kill. Fens is able to take Spoit down with a well-placed DMR shot, and it's going to be, man, ace left alive. Defense is going to secure themselves a defensive round. I'm sure of it. He makes the swing in, and it's a good night. What was he doing?
I completely missed it. Just did not realize that the defender was standing right behind him. Wow, what a play for the defense. Finally to pick up a round. An attacker-sided map indeed. Holy cow. 5-1 to start it off here.
One of those spawn peaks finally worked, man. One of them finally worked for Ambi. He was knocking on the door the entire time, it felt like, and he was getting them, but they weren't resulting in round wins. That time, the trades just keep, like, triculating for that side, and now you've got yourself a little bit of a little buffer, and already I see 2 shields. Bring trap operators defense. You gotta step them up somewhere. I'd be surprised if we didn't see a Legion, and we're not, but we are seeing a Fender instead from Spoit.
Triculating. Not sure I've heard that one, but I like it. It really it conveys a lot.
Never heard the word triculating?
No, it's a good one. Nice use.
I just made it up.
Yeah, perfect.
I don't know.
It's
Actually, that
beautiful.
might be a real word. I feel like I've heard it before.
Well, it could be. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying I haven't heard it. It's great. I liked it. So what do you do?
My number 1 fan right now. Appreciate you.
100%. I'm a big Red fan. Yeah.
Thank you.
What do you do with the double shield? You bring out some area denial. Castle on the board. Goyle there to burn him out. Fenrir to stop him. Static warfare of the Azami. It seems like they might be expecting some shield play.
For sure. We knew. Spoit was talking about it on stream. They knew that this was going to be a problem. How do you deal with it? When you've got 3 shields that center is good on, which is the one that you try and take care of? Who do you take off the board? They go with, and again, we think the bans are flipped because of the bug, but Monty being the one that they take down, leaving the Blackbeard available. So we hadn't got a chance to see Blackbeard in any of the previous rounds. He was banned out on Nighthaven and Consulate. So in this case, we're gonna get the opportunity finally. Or no, he was Deimos was open and available.
He is so done.
Look at this. Just the bullets coming. Pulling out the deagle. Is he going to lose a foot? No.
War.
What?
What just happened?
That was a battlefield.
No kidding. After the dust settles, it's a 3v2 into the hands of the attack. 1 shield gone. Center is low. Ambi's low. They've got double on the hard breach. And they still got to deal with no C4 on the side of the defense either. So really just got rid of a ton of util, a ton of bodies, and set themselves up in a good position to maybe isolate and then decimate and close out this round.
Oh, except for
the Fenrir
Monk.
gadget.
Wow.
Nobody was ready for Monk as he makes the swing. Tough plays. The numbers get equalized. Super Slimy trying to put themselves onto that coveted match point scenario. Diffuser is down, but easily recoverable. They open up that main breach side and start to see a little bit of a rotate, maybe a bit of a pincher. It's going to be a full rotate. They're going to find themselves another direction to start to make this final push in.
Yeah, this seemed like a bit of a mistake there from the Real Test side here on attack. Played it very aggressively, swinging in like crazy. I don't think you're down with a 5-1 half. I don't think they needed to take that kind of a risk coming into this one. So yeah, they brought the 2 shields, but it certainly didn't seem like they were ready for this.
Wow.
Beautiful stun.
Pulls out the pistol, speed runs it over to the chassis, and just like that, the plant is down. The cross is held. Oh no!
But it's a missed cross!
And that's going to be Ambi with a triple kill, but it goes down, so now into an old-fashioned 1v1. Finishes off, gets the confirm on the kill, and now it's going to be Ambi and Fantana in a little bit of a quick peek off. There's plenty of time in which to do it, so they're both going to take a chance. Second to reload. Swings into a shotgun. 1 HP in a dream, looking for that Claymore, making sure that they're going to be able to secure this round. Oh. Oh no.
Take
An L
the
on
L.
the screen for a match point scenario.
Perfect. That's just more mental chalk, you could say.
Defender mission
What a
successful.
round. What a round that one was. I don't even want to talk about what happened in server because frankly it was just quite confusing. We heard like the stun noise, grenades being thrown, shields running in. It was just like World War One up in that John. And then that 2v2 was just so beautiful to watch. That was a master stroke, honestly, from both sides. The retake, to get the bomb down, the rotation to get over there, the stun coordination from Ambi and Richie to run across with the pistol. It was beautiful siege, and it goes the way of the defense. And now real test. I don't like their chances, my friends. I do not like their chances. They've got to get this shield play going and start running through some folk.
Attackers need to locate and
Okay,
defuse the
perfect
bomb
for
safely.
5 is the quest ahead of real test. Will they be able to answer? It's on the attack side, so aggression says that they hold a
Bomb
favorable
located by
position.
attackers.
Wizard,
I don't know.
Wizard
think
brought
of
up the Oryx. It's going to be a clash. They're running them down. They've got so much for this. They have Fenrir, Legion, and an Oryx. Oryx is good on this site anyway because there's so many matches that you can kind of hop through, and if you want to just be really nimble. I love this. I love this from Super Slimy. I think we're seeing this here. This is going to be in. We're going to see Jynxzi Slimy.
Wow, that's a bold prediction. I mean, it is match point. We said it. Best of 3 between these two teams, and it all comes down to this. Match point scenario for Super Slimy. Not just match point, but match point, map point, series points, lower bracket final point here between these two. And you said it. Super Slimy looks like they are ready to win on this round. But real test, they got the option, right? That 2F fight was the best opportunity that the defense had to win a site. They did. But yeah, to lose one early. Fence is going to answer back, though. Spoit
Wait.
just taking
What
an
was
advantage,
he
like
saying?
standing in the middle of the hallway? What?
That's like your counter for the shields. You have no more Legion mines. Probably threw like 1 down and no Oryx. This might actually be real test.
Oh, wow. It looked like I'm not sure what we just witnessed there. It looked like he was just standing there with a Legion.
It's a mental mistake by Super Slimy. That's what happened. We saw it. I mean, they've been playing Siege. They played it all night last night. They went late into the evening. Here we got one more game here today between these two, and they made a mistake. Now, they're 5 rounds up. They can afford to make a few small
roller v.
mistakes
roller.
here.
All the rollers are left.
All right, and so Blackbeard goes into the Fenrir trap in a 3-3, minute and 45. There's the C4, able to take him off the board, and now into a 1 shield situation. A tough position to find yourself in the man deficit. Now they're looking to see where this blitz is at. They still got some top floor presence, as Mute is hanging on up there, but the other two have rotated back down, both Monk and Glybo down inside to take these 2 different fights on. So attackers have gotten together now, and they've got the intel. They know that somebody
Outside?
was up top. Instead, he's going to make the rotate
What a
down and
mistake.
around. No, a mistake? He effectively
No,
gets back
escape.
down to
Escape.
side. Oh,
Escape.
escape. Yeah. He's like, no, that was beautiful. Richie is able to find that kill eventually anyways as the vertical presence played out. Now into a 2-2 situation with 60 left on the board. The pressure starting to mount for the attack side. They've got some intel, seeing the drone come in, so they know they're about to potentially make that push towards the vent area. One still outside, blitz down, now poised, prepped, and ready. Gather a little bit more intel. They just need to figure out where they're at, and he susses them out. He sees them in the closet. Now knows that they just have the 1v1 that they've got to deal with in sight. 34 seconds starts to count down on the clock. Yep, the time has come. Now they've got them both. They know where they're both at.
No.
So instead, vertical pressure is going to ring out. No way.
Yep, vertical.
Does he get sussed out on the drone and get a free kill? So now
right.
into a 2v1, looking a lot more winnable for real test. Blitz starting to come in. He's going to back himself right into it. He goes up top instead to take on this vertical pressure. Maybe try to drop down hatch. He's looking for whoever was up top instead. He's going to take it.
Wow,
back.
1 second!
Doesn't make it in time. The diffuser goes down. Now a 2v1 as Blitz makes the pressure up the stairs, waiting for his homie to get there to help put that pressure and pinch on. That's the pistol popping on the flash drop center, doing what center does, and shields the hell out of him.
I don't even know what happened. That was like Cell City, like both ways. you saw the attack get man advantage and then lose it, and then Slimy had man advantage and then lose it. Super close to stop that defuse. I love the heads up play to just sprint up the stairs. Maybe I can get it on the vert. Was like a split second away from making a huge play. That would have been massive to stop that plan, but it doesn't happen. And Real Tests have found a lifeline. No more Oryx, it looks like, from the defense. They're going to step away from that. Instead,
Go
it
to
looks
the
like they're going for some
standard lineup. Yeah,
I think they're going
Oryx
for
was
some C4 action.
It was an interesting choice. I'm not sure why they went for it, like trying something different again. They had plenty of time, plenty of rounds to sort of throw away, right? You know, give it a try, see if they can, you know, make something happen with the Oryx. But I think that's
I
more
liked
that
it.
they're feeling confident because of the huge round advantage that they've got. But yeah,
fair.
3 C4s. We're
And a
seeing some
full
real
shot
test
bottom.
players blow up today.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen a real investment into taking security, right? And why not, right? It's a great piece of real estate, allows you access into that 90 hall area, allows you access into the site from the main breach area. So what do? You take it back to a little bit of an older strat. Bring out the Pulse. Pulse sit in that customs area and wait on any sort of shield to come in and start to make their presence known. Usually works if you got somebody up there sitting, waiting as well. So there is an investment to the 2F. Only 2 people being down in site, or on the first floor, actually. And there you go. Pulse moved into customs.
You know, and we had the opportunity there at the end of the last round for that epic crash out. It was RICCI and Center, the 2 left alive, the subject of that crazy clip that was making the rounds on Twitter yesterday. I thought maybe we would see that, but what a drone play there.
You're dead.
Identification from Wizard. Pulse playing it perfectly, and Ambi goes down. That is unfortunate for this team. The first pick, the opening pick here on what is the lower bracket final point, potentially.
Yeah, and that was your co-leader for the top frag as well. That's tough. Well, you still have two shields on the board. Blackbeard does have a Legion goo in him as he starts to make his way up. Fens is able to take Wizard off the board. Fens being a lot more active in this map than he was in the last as he sits with that positive KD, and now it's going to start to see a scenic route rotate here by the drone, or by the shields. They're going to look for their next possible victim to try to potentially isolate and decimate.
It's a lot of focus on intel down here on the bottom. They're watching for the vertical play, the C4s. You still have got 2 left on the board. Both Mute and Mozzie still left alive. But look at this. The attackers making the rotate. They're all first floor. They look like they're making a direct push in. Feels like a huge mistake. It is so easy to shut down a team from if they're playing the vertical up top. So Super Slimy, as long as they hold on.
Oh my God,
the
2
pair,
shields.
the pair of shields. But if you have the vertical play, you're going to lose this battle.
Oh man, takes one, but it's going to be Fens on the triple kill. Now puts him on self on pace for an ace, and we're back into a post-plant scenario as they make the rotate all the way around. Still have to deal with this blitz, which is
what a miss!
Find yourself. Yeah, holy whiff as he goes past the main door, looking to make the rotate over in that customs area. A couple of pre-fires through the wall. They're trying to suss out where they're at. Quad
Fens.
kill. We said it, on pace for the ace. Give him one more for his troubles. No, not going to be the case. RICCI going to find Monk off the board, and Tack's going to find themselves another round.
Yeah, Fence is just kind of like escorting those shields around like they're like a bunch of bulldogs on like a chain leash or something like that. Just like, hey, you let them go, but they're not the real threat. It's the guy who's holding those dang chain leashes. Fence just playing out those shields so beautifully, allowing them to make the space and give him the opening frags. And you have to imagine the amount of frustration that's coming through. It's super annoying to deal with all of these shields that are just flying at you.
Yeah, no kidding. It's the age of the shield. It's a shield's world, and we're just living in it. They're going to double up on it again. Seems to be working. They found themselves 2 in a row. Now, 3-6 looks a lot more doable than their previous situation.
Here's the
Super
problem,
Slimy
though.
now needing to lock in. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me, what's the
problem
issue?
is they're on 2F. They're back to the defensive
Yup, I was gonna
stronghold.
bring
The
that up.
best opportunity that the defense has got to win here. We saw the attackers win the 2 first floor sites after losing 2F back on round 7. That's what put Super Slimy on match point, and here it is. They're back, ready to close it out. Real Test is going to have to be incredible on the attack here. to win this. Take advantage of everything. No Oryx on the board. Super Slimy going back to a setup maybe that they felt more comfortable with. The combination of the Azami, the castle to slow it down, and Wizard back on the Ella as well. That was working very well for them back on Nighthaven, so gonna have to watch out. And Wizard sitting at 10-6 is a force to be reckoned with.
Okay, Ambi put themselves onto the Amaru, so the potential to take space relatively quickly is here. A little shield push at the top of East, maybe Ambi in through that sandwich window, maybe up through the hatch, a little bit of Agent of Chaos. He doesn't have the diffuser, so he's strictly going to play Spoiler here. And they're looking to get active maybe a little bit early.
Quick
are we going for a quick? It's kind of the only thing that might work. There's only one C4 on the board to deny this as well. Bada boom, they get in. Plant starts going down. Grenades come out. And there it is, in through the sandwich window. But Ambi's dealt with as Monk is able to find him. But it's a post-plant scenario. They pull it off. And now it's just onto the hole. Takes the swing on the
No!
Oh my lord. It all goes to hell for the attack team as they're able to just absolutely demolish the quick plant that went in. GG's. Go next.
That takes a lot of courage when you're down the barrel on this in the count 6-3 and you run that strategy. It got just shut down, absolutely demolished, and that's kind of what this series felt like. Beautiful from Super Slimy. We're gonna say goodbye to the shields and say hello to a date of Jynxzi versus SPOIT. We saw their first matchup ever in the roller tourneys, and it went the way of Jynxzi and Mingo, but this time now it's a much bigger setting as it's grand finals.
That's right, and a couple more chances to get it done. A best of 5 coming up here after that incredible best of 3. SPOIT versus Jynxzi, and it's coming up next. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're starting the grand finals. Ayo!
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We are back for the grand finals of Any Given Roller Sunday. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run.
That's right. Welcome back, everyone. This is it, the grand finals of the Speedy X Roller Tourney here, formatted just like Prime, and it is time to find out who is going to win the inaugural edition of this collaboration between Speedyverse and the Rival Roller Series. Two teams, my friend, ready to do battle. Let's take a look. Red, tell us about them.
Jynxzi's team came up, Jynxzi in Roller Tourney, I should say, came up against SPOIT for the first time yesterday. They beat him. They've got a chance to try and reverse that result. They already have a map, Team Jynxzi, for being in winner's bracket, facing off a team from lowers here in the grand final. We just saw SPOIT's team. They looked really good on that border, especially on that attack. But man, oh man, this team right now from Jynxzi is star-studded. Kason, a great addition. And we were talking, I shouldn't say we, Jynxzi's team was talking about it during yesterday, the comparison of Sky and Epic and how they play the similar role. They are loving this new edition of Epic. We're see this combo. It's really turning out. This should be one heck of a series.
Okay, so let's take a quick look at where we are going. It's a best of 5. So plenty of potential for some siege here. Cafe and Skyscraper are going to be the first to follow, which means we're going to say Bank and Nighthaven as the first two. Lair and Chalet follow as the bands, which means our last 3, Border, Consulate, and then Clubhouse.
Yeah, but keep in mind, Clubhouse has already been decided, so we're only playing technically 4 maps. It's currently a 1-map lead for Team Jynxzi being in winner's bracket. And I gotta say, I'm surprised Clubhouse wasn't a pick in that final pick between Consulate and Clubhouse for Team Jynxzi. I feel like that's a better map for them on Clubhouse. Very curious there. Maybe you saw that game and you see Team SPOIT lose on Consulate in map 2. That's another factor that could potentially be. But we start on Bank, and I don't like that for Team Jynxzi. I don't feel like that's a strong map for them, but Nighthaven is where they will probably turn it back.
Okay, well, it's time to get into it. Map number 1, the grand finals, and we're going to start us out at Bank. Now, something that we've talked about lots of times here in the past is that Bank feels like a very decider type of map. So to see it come out first, well, it's fun. It's inventive, right? It's a huge map, so the potential to see that Deimos play or maybe those Dokkaebi bands to come out still could be on point. Is it shields or is it target specific? Monty the first.
Not surprising to see Monty go down. We knew that the shields are going to be a problem. Team SPOIT was pretty good at it, but it was really Center who was the man. But still, Monty's still very, very good on Bank. Having him off the board, I think, does both teams a little bit of a favor. Taking some of that pressure off can deal more with the gun game as opposed to the shield game. And then the Deimos to come out. Target ban for sure against SPOIT. Making sure that he doesn't have it available.
I don't like the Monty ban. I don't get it. Like, Team Jynxzi doesn't really play shields. Is it like PTSD from the last series? That could be really what it is. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But on the other side of it, I think Jynxzi's team made really good bans on the Mira and on the Deimos.
Yeah, but yeah, the Vector being absolutely devastating in the hands of Mira, and obviously SPOIT, a demon with the Deimos. Yeah, I was kind of thinking, do we see the F2? Do we see the Twitch banned out? Because of how effective, we were talking about this all pre-show and before it got started, at just a demon that Mingo is on that F2, not just the gun, but also the gadgetry. And hey, to the surprise of no one, we're going to see Mingo on the Twitch round number 1.
Not a surprise at all. Was it going to be a question? Was Twitch going to be banned out? No, in this case, it's not worth it. I mean, Mingo is that good on that, but to have the shields, to have the Deimos change the way that the game is played completely. I think having Twitch, important for both teams though. You need to work on clearing the defensive utility, especially when you're playing this basement site, right? And we know how good Jynxzi loves playing on the Goyo on when they're on their defensive side. SPOIT and his team going to want to have the Twitch available to try and clear out the defensive utility themselves as well.
Going to take it down to the basement to start us out, and sometimes you do see the Cade ban on Bank, right? Because that vertical play is so necessary. This time, we're actually going to see it doubled up. They're going to double up on the denial, bringing both the Tuber out and the Cade. And the highlight here, Spoit going on to the Scopos play.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers must locate and
All right,
defuse a
working
bomb.
this entry to start it off with, and Mingo playing the Twitch. And you know he's going to need it, clearing out that utility. But again, running the F-toe so good. If you haven't seen Mingo play on the Twitch yet, you're going to be surprised. So the rest of this team working on getting set up. Epic and Kaysen, those PC players, joining the rest of these roller players as we're working on it. Now, I love
sussed out.
I love the Spoit on the Scopos. I know you said it earlier, but that is such a fun pick, and we hadn't really seen him play that op at all. And we've seen now a couple maps that Spoit has played in these roller tourneys.
Yeah, and gonna make his rotate all the way back down to side. Currently all sitting there outside of Wizard, who sits, of course, on those blue stairs, that pro strat of the smoke, making sure that you can't take servers easily, which is, of course, one of those critical push points that you have to take. So it's shotgun in hand, pointed and ready to deal the first bit of damage should somebody get there. Instead, the attack team going to start to put some work on some of the verticality inside of that open area. Get some, get the hatches open up and start to put some pressure on from above.
Working this. No, we're just getting into the start of this best of 5. This grand final is a best of 5. We didn't spend a lot of time talking about it, a little bit during the map bans, but the upper bracket team has the advantage of one map coming into it. So Bank being the first place we start, but Team Jynxzi, you can see at the top, one map advantage as we start this off. So a lot of pressure here on Team Spoit to win this first engagement, this first map, and this first round. Establish a little bit of dominance here on what is going to be, I'm assuming, a very aggressive play between these two teams. And here comes that execute, the Ying dropping in.
Yep, and there we go. Util dump as they're looking to get aggro here. Push from the server area and from above. Those Goyle canisters do go off, but it's not going to stop the push in from server. Glybo able to take Kaysen off the board in the first kill. So first kill for the attack side. So we're equalized on the numbers now. 50 seconds as the time is really starting to tick down, and they're still holding a ton of space here in the back part. This defense.
I thought we were going to see more of this Team Jynxzi execute, make the drop in, but look at this. Raid is getting that plant down. He was sitting in the two-brow freeze. He gets the diffuser down, even though he loses his life. That is all the pressure now on this defense.
That's right. Migo able to take one off with the F2 as Glybo goes down. Tuberow still having that presence with those slow down canisters. Gives you a little bit of idea with some footprints. A couple of shots into the area. Jynxzi takes Monk off the board. Now into a 3v1. Smoke the last alive. Takes the shot down the hatch. Able to find one, but looking towards more as he make the rotate around to the backside. But he's just not going to have a chance. He has to long arm it, but they are in perfect position to deal with him. He guys to go for the stick, but they're going to take it. Mingo and that F2 are coming together early here in round number 1.
That game was won actually in the prep phase. Really good drone work to figure out what they had. They brought the Jackal to figure out where exactly you can maybe track Spoit down on that roam. And then they also brought Raid out on the Maverick to help open up those hatches if they get tube freeze. Really good adjustments. What really was scary was the execute. It took a very long time. And there was 3 smokes in the hands of Wizard. He didn't use any of them by the time the plant went down, and it went down for free almost. So that was a little bit of a miscue. You should have maybe tried to deny that plant. Didn't really happen. Great work. You can see Jynxzi switching over to Ying. Usually the hard breach. That time it was Epic who was on the, I forget that operator's name, Habana on that hard breach. But Jynxzi is a really good a Ying player, and that's why they made that switch specifically for him.
Okay, a little bit of an adaptation to come out. I like the call on the side of the defense. They still kind of have to stick it. They're just going to play a little bit of musical chairs with who picks what operator this time as a couple of switches are made. Wizard going to be bringing out that shotgun, and I got to be honest with you, a shotgun in the hands of a Wizard is a formidable thought for sure.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
He's been
defuse
taking a lot of those long-range shots, though, and I wonder whether or not, again, we talk about the fact that we had 2 European players here on Team SPOIT, SPOIT and Wizard, and whether or not there was going to be any ping issues between those guys and playing here on the US East servers with the game is taking place. But so far, if you've stuck with us tonight, you have seen that Wizard and SPOIT, ping be damned, they have been taking the shots and winning them. Wizard has had some incredible rounds. SPOIT as well here, backing this whole team up. Team SPOIT has looked very good. We didn't get to see all of the matches yesterday, but Team Jynxzi extremely dominant, coming through the bracket, not dropping a single game. They won all of their games 2-0 as well, except against SPOIT. So this is a rematch of one of the matches yesterday. So a little bit learned, a little bit gained info. Who's it going to be here? This attacking team has done a pretty good job setting up and pushing against this defense.
Oh, look at that. Held the position. Wizard's going to find the first kill, and Epic's going to go down. That is going to be your flank watch off the board, and a necessary gun for that final bit of a plant. Holding that marble area, huge. Now, Wizard is down to a low HP scenario, so it'll only take a bullet or two or an accidental touch of one of those Goyo canisters going off to really seal the deal. But at this point, in a one-shot headshot game, he is still an incredibly viable candidate.
This is really slow getting the hatches open. He's working on it now, but look at this, taking a couple shots through. We hadn't seen any of the Cade being played because he'd been banned, I think, in almost all of the previous maps. Very little play for him, and Raid working really hard to get this hatch open with the map, but slows down, just not making enough progress fast enough. We're getting down to this final minute of gameplay, still working on opening up those sight lines. So they've got time here on the attacking, but boy, evened it up now. 4v4, minute left. Looking for this maybe the standard plant over on the server side.
Who got the better trade there? You trade a smoke for a thick lock. I'm saying, man, that smoke play was epic. No canisters to stop it from a long range. Now, they do have C4s. SPOIT is going to take Raid off the board. Now puts us into a 4-3. The man advantage is head into the side of the defenders, but and the clock has started to tick down, so this definitely starts to become more favorable for the defensive side. The thing is, though, you still got Mingo. He's still got that F2, and he's still ready to deliver some punishment. Candela start to go in as the chaos starts to erupt. Goyo canisters off, stymieing the approach in from server. So sends out another Candela as that roller spin trademark. He makes the drop. He gets fried. Mingo finds one, but off the back of a trade now puts us into a 3v1. Mingo the last alive. It's going to be SPOIT and a Vector, and it's death. He is delivering from below.
Really tricky that round to try and get those hatches open. You could see Raid was it was very awkward for him. You saw him punching chairs, trying to muscle his way through that cubicle where the hatch is located, and it was just not going his way, and then he gets picked on it. So it really makes that attack one-dimensional from the one hatch that they did get open, and you could see 2 players dropping that hatch just kind of as a last-ditch effort. Not going to go their way. So Team SPOIT do bounce back, but honestly, them just getting one round off of that basement is huge. And I think this is an attacker-favored map, but that site is usually where the defense makes their money.
Ooh, okay, so one apiece as we take it up to the second floor. A little bit of a switch up in the operators. They're bringing out a couple of standards. Like seeing the Castle Azami combo. And Castle really becoming one of those favorite operators for that second floor. Cutting off some of those repel rotates that are just so difficult to defend against, right? You've got the skylight drop. You've got the repels onto the windows. And then should they open up that main breach, it's a perfect little pinch. The Castle cuts that off.
5 seconds before insertion.
A little bit of a miss there in the placement for the Azami barricade, but that is Wizard, man. The trade-up, you said it earlier, they're playing a little bit of, call it Ring Around the Rosie, musical chairs, and which operators are getting played. Everybody feeling very comfortable right now. To me, that feels like Team SPOIT has got the confidence coming into this. Jynxzi's team is very good. We know that they already beat this team in a heads-up match, but if you're talking about going into this one at this point, right now looks like Team SPOIT is feeling very good. All that intel coming out from Raid, though, boy, taking advantage of the extra cams that Zero has got in his latest buff.
the power of a zero can topple the great rosters for sure, and that's 3 out in quick succession. Potentially you don't see all 3 of those when you're going for the clear, and he still got 3 more. So much intel to be had. I love the zero pick here, and I love the stick on the thick lock, right? Cutting off that rotation onto Marble, cutting off that rotation up that top square stair. Intel and stopping power. This is a really good attacking setup. We'll see what they're going to be able to pull it off here.
Opening up that breach, a hard wall open, and Jynxzi playing that support. Drones getting in, all of the intel gain. There's a lot of open space, though. A lot of places that the defense can take shots. So this attack team not quite ready. They got to take down a couple more players before they can make that push in. Kaysen going to be the one there. So 5v4 out, and Libo and losing a little bit of health, but He's going to stim himself right back up. You can see this team, they've got a lot of control over on this square stock side, but none of the power positions on site so far pushed out here from this defense yet.
That's right. And so, playing at that top of the E3 area, it is going to see Glybo with his life forfeit. Not going to be able to stand back. Hasten on the triple kill now puts him on pace for the ace. Monk going to find Mingo. Monk going to find a triple.
What?
Jason, epic down. Raid answers back as Spoid. Now, what started out as such a good round for the defense, they have slowly started to lose it now into a 2v1. 52 seconds. The pre-fire finds
Quad?
as Monk's on the quad kill, but he will be denied. Jynxzi is going to stop the flow of bleeding with a clutch round kill.
Wow, that should never be getting that close. Raid kind of just walked out into the open on a reload, if I'm not mistaken. Jynxzi clutches it in the end, but everything came down to Kaysen just running through, gets one, switches to the pistol, doesn't expect him to be right behind him in the corner. Great execute from Team Jynxzi, figuring out where the gaps are, finding those picks, and it just feels like this Team SPOIT team is trying to juggle everything right now, but these guys are just firing on all cylinders. I honestly think this gun skill from Team Jynxzi, all of these players can just pop off at any moment. And we saw that yesterday. Even Jynxzi, who's so famous for going negative in most of these games, but he had a game where he went 12-5. I want to say that was against RICCI when they played them. I'm pretty sure it was RICCI on Nighthaven. Or no, it was on Club, excuse me. Yeah, he can take over. We saw Raid on their final map yesterday go 13-5, something like that, and that's their players that don't make waves. We just saw Kaysen make waves, and we obviously know what Mingo and Epic can do. Yeah, this team just has so much gun skill.
What a clutch there from Jynxzi. I would have loved to have been on, had the listen in there, closing up and shutting down the ace potential there from Monk. It was so close, and we almost had a double ace in a single round. Starting off, we're on map 1 of this grand final, this best of 5, and we're already seeing that level of action between these two teams. Nobody ready to give up yet, and it is so early. They're going to fight to the death, and I love that about this tournament. Everyone throwing in. This is tactics be damned, but also bring them in when you need it. This is fun, my friend.
Absolutely. It's all drama here on Roller Sunday, and it has got the clutch up plays and just leave you on the edge of your seat. Look at this. Here it is. We talked about this in the pre-show. Mingo on the Twitch drone. Absolutely devastating. Is going to get rid of just a ton of stuff, and he's going to maintain his composure, not shock the blitz or shock the bandit, which of course I would have done instinctually. Instead, he's going to keep his drone alive a little bit longer to get rid of some more intel, let that gadget charge back up, get rid of another bandit charge and potentially another Goyo, already having a ton of success. Oh no.
Yes. The jump
Didn't
out.
Get the kill and died to the C4. Not a good trade if you're on the side of Team SPOIT.
Well, and that shuts down. Monk was coming off the back of that 4K near ace, just feeling himself as the first one to go down. That is huge for this team. Big boost there for Team Jynxzi and the attack. You lose the bandit, so no opportunity for any of the tricking in play. So if they can clear out that utility, which it looks like they have already opened that up, ready for Jynxzi and the ace to open up that wall, gain some space, and you're going to have that push in. C4 goes out. Doesn't hit anything, though, right now. Team SPOIT looking. They're not hitting all the shots that they were in that previous match. They were hitting unbelievable shots when they were taking on their previous opponent. And right now, not having the same level of success.
Yeah, Kaysen, Control Alt deletes him as he makes a quick pick over there from stock and looking in towards Janitor. This siege timing might get a kill, and it does as Epic take down Glybo. Wizard answers back as he takes Raid off the board, but the damage has been done. It's a 4v2 now as the pressure starts to mount. Spoit and Wizard, the heroes of the last couple of rounds.
Epic!
One's gonna go down. Wizard in need of a magic spell. He's able to find a double pistol popping, not able to get it done, and he gets deleted.
What a round from Epic, but the real hero is actually Jynxzi, droning almost everything on that round, allowing his team to take ground from square over by stock. They took control of the closet really well. They were able to get some picks off of it. A lot of work done on that window repel from Jynxzi. He also opened up that rotate, that default rotate into sight from square. So much work done from just one player who's just outside the building on that drone. But Epic, I think he had a quad, if I'm not mistaken, guys, on that round. Really, and I keep talking about it. Everyone on this team has gun skill, and Epic just showed his little bit.
Not another quad? Is that what you're saying? Are
I'm
we
pretty
seeing
sure it was a
3
quad.
quad pieces
Yeah.
today in the first
Defenders
4 rounds of
protect bombs
gameplay?
being used by attackers.
Sheesh. Boy, when it
And
rains,
not-
it pours.
Not all from the same player, right? You look at
Yeah.
these kill counts. You got Kaysen with 5, Epic with 5, Spoit with 4, Wizard with 5, Monk with 4, right? This has been a different player achieving that status every time, right? No one person so far has been the epic hero across the board. Everybody has got their opportunity. When they hit, they're hitting.
10 seconds remaining.
Ooh, this is
Nice
what you
shot.
want for it. This is what you want for the grand final. It's a just epic showdown. 3-1. Red called bank.
They're gonna hold on. They're gonna
attacker-sided.
float. Raid's gonna sneak into garage. He prepped a cam there, and he's on Nook. This is gonna be a float to garage. They're gonna try and make noise on the rest of the site, and then he is gonna try and play a late play. This should be pretty interesting from Raid.
Yeah, pretty standard play, right? Bringing the Nook along for that lurk play. Let's see if it pans out. There is only one person actually down in sight. So if they are able to get the kill, if they are able to connect, then it's going to force the defense to be in a retake scenario and a post plan. That could be absolutely devastating. Epic gets taken down as the gridlock goes. Man advantage over now to Team Spoit. They find themselves answered back immediately. There's the equalizer. Fantana 0-4. Can't buy a kill inside of 5.
Yeah, that is huge. I mean, Phantom, he's definitely the guy. We saw him have some great rounds, but right now being carried a little bit by the rest of this team. But they have got to win these ones. They have got to win some shots. Raid taking down Spoit again. Something, sitting at 5-4, not the kind of game that you'd expect coming into this one. And yeah, it seems like this is a little bit of a different team, right? Team Jynxzi is hitting unbelievable right now, but it feels like a little bit of a different kind of game coming in than what we saw versus Ambi and RICCI. So, right, whether or not they're worn out, they're tired after playing that best of 3. Again, it's getting late in the EU. Is that a big difference here, or does Team Jynxzi just literally have the number of this team? They know exactly what needs to happen to shut them down. Still early to tell.
You know what's fun about this, and you alluded to it earlier. Oh, shotgun goes out, but just misses. Is that all these players are interchangeable on these teams, right? They float around because of the rules. You can't. Jesus, okay. Yin Candel's going out, but I don't know that they're even hitting anybody. So really ineffectual gadget use here. Holding on to that back
There's the
stair is
Raid.
to be Raid able to find one as he finds the lurk. Glybo the last alive. He's got a vector. He's going to have to use it swiftly. Standing behind that shield is going to get the down onto the Nook. Going for a second. Oh, just barely survives as he finds himself locked now into the elevator. And guess what? It's the F2 saying hello, Flamingo.
That was all Raid. Raid floated
Absolutely.
inside of
You called
lobby
it.
for
You
that
called
first
it.
pick. He got the first guy rotating the marble. That was a huge pick. And then he resets to garage. Beautiful lurk up there. They even knew he was there, but he was still just a thorn on that side. And he was working that number advantage for his team. Beautiful plays coming in from Team Jynxzi. And now a 4-1 half. You've won 2 garage sites against Team Spoit. They are really struggling right now, and it doesn't even matter on that last round because you had Kaysen who dropped on that Mav, and the hatch play was kind of gone at that point, but still, Team Jynxzi finds the
Bomb
difference.
located by attackers.
Okay, 4-1. 4-1 attacker side, Team Jynxzi, known to have a really good attacking team, kind of no matter who is that third and fourth spot on the roster. And so they're living up to it right now. Now we're going to see that open side. The last round of the half before Team SPOIT takes themselves to the aggressive attack. And they go with the open. I like the switch up. You hold it a lot like you would hold a 2F site, because that vertical is so important. How many people do you invest in the roam game, I guess, will be the big question.
Team SPOIT, we watched these guys play on Nighthaven, the other big map, heavy roam game. They played this very aggressively, and during Nighthaven, when they didn't play heavy aggressive roam, they lost rounds. That's where they need to lean back into. I feel like we're seeing this team a little bit bunkered back down. They're playing conservatively. I don't think right now they're playing in the same way. It's almost like they're playing timidly against Team Jynxzi here, and another opening pick in favor of Jynxzi's team. This is an unbelievable game for them, right? SPOIT seems like they're just backing off of what was working very well. They're all bunkered back down. They're all in sight, with the exception of Monk just a little bit off, but he's still first floor close. No one in basement, nobody on 2F to try and take any of this engagement, slow them down at all. This really does not feel like the same sort of gameplay that we were seeing.
Yeah, they're still seeing that same sort of look from Team Jynxzi, and that's going to be the Izami that goes down, right? They're still showing that aggression. The only difference is, unlike Ambi, who missed all of his opening shots, Team Jynxzi is just nailing them. So now we find ourselves in a 5v1. Wizard, the last alive. He's been the hero of many rounds. Can he put himself on pace for the ace to get this started? The pushback now towards site. He's going to find one as a quick tap onto the head reveals him. Looking for a second. Goes through the wall, doesn't find it. Kaysen able to take him down. And that is going to be the half, and it is dominantly attack side.
(5-1) attacking half. What a way to start this thing off. Team Jynxzi paused, ready, waiting, could watch all of the POVs. They could watch the stream here. They got to see everything that was happening with Team SPOIT, and they came in ready to just bully, dominate, just slam right now. Team SPOIT, they're finding nothing going their way. Not the shots, not the rounds, not on any site. The only site they managed to win, they also lost to Team Jynxzi twice. Played that basement site 3 times, and they could only find a win there once. So the adaptation's not happening. This is a very good team. Team SPOIT, Wizard, Phantom, Glybo, Monk, fantastic players, but right now they're just getting annihilated by Team Jynxzi.
We got a Tachanka, guys. Look at all this time denial. You have a Goyo, Smoke, and the fire of Tachanka. This is going to be a heavy bunker. Try and deny as much time and much space as you can. You also have Kaysen on the Legion. That's going to be another factor in this game. This is going to be like, hey, let's just hold the line type of mentality.
Hold the line, yeah. Theme for round number 7 here. Hold the line. Okay, let's get into it. No real roam game outside of sitting up on top of that blue stair. Kind of really leaning into that bunker strat. Holding onto those hatches with the Cade. Oop.
Almost got airy.
That was close.
Wouldn't have been the first time we've seen that.
I like the way that we're seeing this attacking team set up. So they're working on clearing top down again, right? Making sure that they're not going to deal with the same kind of pressure that Team SPOIT would bring when they were on the defense. Holding on to all of these angles, making sure that no one is upstairs. And right now, they've got it. Right, everybody downstairs in the basement, full control. 1 minute into this, nothing they need to worry about from an upstairs perspective. They can clear out defensive utility now, using the hatches, taking shots down, and additionally, SPOIT bringing out that Twitch and working the Twitch drone. And what a shot!
Yeah, and that was the shot you needed, right? Kaysen off the board. He's sitting 9 and 6. He's just having a phenomenal game.
What a rotate back!
Yeah, able to get back down and in stairs. Huge, huge play. Okay, so main advantage now sits into the hands of Team SPOIT. They maintain all of that first floor advantage. No longer need to suss out any 2-floor action. And can start to rely on those trades. Now, did they get the hatches open? I didn't see that part. That's the question.
They've got several of them open, and they definitely have the server hatch open, and
They bring in
tell.
EMPs.
Yeah, interesting. And we're still seeing the Goyo canisters up. Right, there it is. Got to clear out some of the Goyo canisters, and Epic popping them early, it seems like. You still got a minute
But you got
left.
Tachanka and Smoke, so it's fine. Like, you can waste so much time.
Oof. That seems like the Goyo fire, it definitely covers a pretty large area. So my guess is, though, you're right, plenty of area denial here, and they've got the Tachanka able to open up that fire in multiple locations there. And, wow, look at this. Still working on clearing garage out.
Whoa.
Oh no! Epic gets taken down as his toes have been sought out and found.
Kneecapped.
DMR to take him down. Now puts us into a 5v2 situation as it falls apart for the defense here. Sends out a smoke, stopping it. A couple of shots, but it's the Yin Candelas. It's causing that chaos. 20 seconds left, and it's starting to get a little bit closer. How are they allowing this to come back? Mingo on the double kill. Now into a 2v1. Now it's just Monk. No way do they pull that back.
Wow. Wow.
Gosh. Red Hall was just defended for its life right there. What a performance from Team Jynxzi, and just, I feel like, let's have this debate, guys. Was that more of a sell or more of a clutch? Like, I think you can lie either way on the fence, but what a hold.
I think it was a clutch. You called
Yeah.
it in the beginning of that round. You said hold the line, and that's exactly what they did. Huge.
Yeah, big clutch coming out there from Team Jynxzi, and put themselves on match
should be the map.
point for the first. Yeah, this is it. This is the opportunity here. They can shut down Bank in potentially 8 rounds in a 7-1 victory. They've got 1 more to go. Team SPOIT now needs to be perfect for 5 in a row. And because we're in the grand final, because Team Jynxzi is the upper bracket finalist coming in, they had the map advantage. You can see that up in the top. They've already got 1 yellow bar to their name. They're about to add a second. Team SPOIT is going to have to work very hard here to shut down Bank. Otherwise, we're going to have to go to map 2 to even have a shot at moving this thing forward. It's going to put a ton of pressure here on this Team SPOIT. Can they find a way to do it? Boy, the way that they've been playing so far, I am extremely worried for how this is going to go. Nighthaven Labs is coming up as map 2.
Yeah, it could end there because that's a really strong map for Team Jynxzi, and then they already have one. Like, this is a weak map, in my opinion, for Team Jynxzi. We haven't seen loads of luck in the past, but right now, these guys are on fire. It's just, I don't know, maybe Team SPOIT is a little, like, drained energy because of that EU ping and time zone, all of that. But these guys just look so out of it right now.
Well, we'll see. They got to do something. I mean, you can't call it GG's go next. You just can't do it in a best of 5 where you're already down a map. You got to fight back, and it has to start right here. So, trying to return the favor with the Twitch play. SPOIT going to get in and test his hand. Well, you know he's a gunner. Can he do it with a Twitch drone? That's going to be one of the big questions there. I think the highlight, though, could be something cheeky. We do have Wizard on the Amaru, looking to take flight as soon as he gets the green light call. Problem is, there's going to be a lot of defense for that. The Goyos are on the board. The Echo to stop the plant should they get it in and smoke it out. I mean, it's strat and counter strat. It definitely seems like Team Jynxzi's has got the counter strat. And then you got to deal with cases.
Double run
what do
out.
you even do?
Why don't you have Claymores?
The
Where
double
are
run
your
out.
claymores?
Yeah,
That's so.
this was
four of them in
absolutely a
pocket.
sell.
Yeah.
100% a mistake. Running the Amaru here, don't take those kind of risks against this team. Yeah, you can maybe win, maybe you can get a shot, maybe it could be a quick execute, but you are down 6-1 on match point. Why are you taking those kind of risks? I think this feels like a GG go next here for this team SPOIT.
Yep. There it is. Jynxzi to finish it off as they claim map 1 and also map number 2.
Yeah, you keep that in mind. Map 1 was already won automatically for the winner's bracket team. We are on series point right now. 1 more map is required for Team Jynxzi, and they head to Nighthaven, where this team is almost famously, like, really good at it. This trio, the roller players, know how to play this map super well. I don't see a world. But I mean, you say that, and you got freaking Spoit on the other side. You never know. Like there's some really talented players on the other side of that, but that was a damning win.
Okay, maybe Spoit just is not a bank player. You know, he's like, you know what? Let's just
That was their
get
first
past
pick.
bank.
That was their pick too.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
no,
well, that doesn't
that
hold up
map,
then. They're
that
not meeting
map
the
did
allegations.
not go the way that they
That
were
did not look
expecting.
like their pick.
Team
Yeah.
Jynxzi absolutely shut them down in a way that I don't think any of us were expecting. That was a team that was prepped and ready, and we didn't even get to see Bank as part of the first best of 3, right? You know, Nighthaven here, they've got a lot of prep time. They could have watched that entire map, like we said, from basically every player's POV, including the one that was casted here. They've got a ton of information on how Team Spoit here can play out Nighthaven, but they didn't even need it on Bank. They shut it down without that information. This is a team that is playing very well and looks to be dominant here in what potentially is a 3-0 2-map victory in a special one.
Oh, okay. You know the deal, you know the drill. We're going to get that lobby set back up. Man, hold on to your seats. This is going to be an absolute battle. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you the very next map. Heyo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're in
What
the
a
lobby.
break!
We're
What a
ready
break.
already. It's time to send it back in. These folks want to get to it, and they're going to do it in Nighthaven, right? And now, Whiskey Red, Nighthaven is my absolute favorite map. I love the multi-floor access that you have. I love the roam game. I love the potential for Cav. Hint, hint, show me some Cav.
He's
but
always
I just
asking
want
for
it.
it.
Why don't we play it? Give me some more Cav. I'm asking so desperately. I'm so nice for it. No, but I love, like, you take a buck up to the second floor and could put pressure on that basement area. You have to suss out the roam games. Do we see the same similar sort of bans? Are we still worried about the shields going into this?
Oh, we can get a Twitch
Absolutely.
That's
we
the question.
might need a Twitch ban. Like,
Do we
gotta
get the Twitch ban?
I mean, like, you target one of those guys, and then the other's gonna pop up. I know I didn't understand the shield ban. Team Jynxzi does not play shields. I feel like that was just like a paranoia from the last series from Team Spoit. Now we head into this one. I'm not sure. It's gonna be a very interesting proposition here. What you try to maybe focus on. But I gotta say, Team Jynxzi looks really good. This is you like this map a lot, Glitter. Well, Team Jynxzi loves this map too. You guys share that in common. I'm expecting to see, but yeah, the blitz. Like, I don't know anyone. I mean, they can play it, sure, but they're not like, that's not their strategy. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I'd imagine we see Deimos once again being banned. Although last time we rarely even got to see a lot of attacking rounds from Team Spoit.
That's true. Not a true judge of whether it was impactful or not, because they barely had any time to play it. Not taking any chances, though. I mean, on the other side of that ban is Spoit, right? So you have to play towards that, because if you don't, you will be punished for it, for sure. So get them off the board. Now, the next couple of question marks here on the defense: is it the Valk? Is it the Azami? We haven't seen a lot of Azami bans on Nighthaven for console, which is kind of strange. It's the Cade.
I am surprised we don't see more Azami bans because of just how good she is, and wondered whether or not there would be sort of a target ban, right? We know that Jynxzi loves the Mira so good on that op. We saw it banned on the previous one. Could it come in here? Vigil.
Okay.
Wow.
Here's what Jynxzi's gonna play mute. on this top floor. He is kind of the king of connector. He plays close. He throws C4s out that window. Be very careful with him up there, but they're going to be attacking first. They could play Mira on the bottom floor, and that's where we might see Jynxzi play Mira. But yeah, you can see it already being brought out from Team Spoit. It's going to be Monk, who has been that famous for this team on the support role.
Okay. Serious question time. With the introduction of the Vigil ban, are we going to see the Cav for the Roam game? She's a big option for it now,
say
right?
yeah.
Vigil's gone?
Let's just say yes, run, and like let him live his fantasy out.
So you're saying it's a maybe.
Saying there's a chance.
It depends. To me, it depends on how far up Team Jynxzi is when they get on their defense. Do I think that Team Spoit is going to do it? No. I think they're going to play the standard tactical, utility-based, intel-based siege and not risk that, right? We saw when they were taking risks, when they're not playing the game that they were very comfortable with, they're losing rounds. And we didn't see them play Cav once on this map that we got to see today just a couple hours ago. So it's all going to depend on how far ahead Team Jynxzi is when they get on defense. If they're high enough up, right? If you're up 4 rounds, if you're up, you know, a 6-3 kind of a scenario, absolutely. We already showed that they'll take a few risks when they've got that much of an advantage.
Like Forrest did it on Nighthaven. It's a viable strat.
That's all the affirmation we need.
That's all. That's all I needed to say. Enough said. Okay, so we're gonna get started here. They take it up to the 2F, and of course we are gonna see the Mira being played. Huh? Interesting. There is a Maverick on the board, so generally, of course, that C4 will take that fight on towards that Maverick, of course, but pre-placing it where he's bound to use his charge might be a little iffy. I don't know if that works or not. We'll see.
Well, about to watch
High
it
risk,
play
high
out.
reward.
Yeah, high risk, high reward. Exactly. Oh. That wasn't a C4. Was that the C4 going off? I've already got.
Maybe the Flores drone.
This is explosive going up, opening up that wall. So now, no, there's the C4. Spoit taking down Raid, and he definitely did not get that wall open. Just barely opened pieces of it. Did he get the reinforced?
I think he got
open?
the right. Yeah, I think so because they put a zombie on that, so they're very worried about it. Obviously.
Yeah, so even still, in death, a huge play as he's able to at least get a chance to open up. And they do have Flores who can open that up. Ash can use that charge. Ooh! Takes a quick peek in at the... Jesus. At the Azami, Fenrir goes down. Kaysen's able to find Wizard off the board. So the main advantage does sit into the hands of Team Spoit with 67 left on the board. The pressure now going to be put onto the attacking side as they're trying to make the push-up catwalk here. No, they didn't get that barricade. Wasn't that still closed? That looks still closed.
Unfortunate case here for them. Yep, still reinforced, able to the C4 catch them there. And then, wow, to have the bandit go down, but you're in a 3v3 scenario, at least in terms of the players. So question is, are we going to see just taking a ton of risk right now?
That's right, but it pays off. It just pays off.
No way.
No way. He's getting the plant down. Spoit the last alive. His 2 teammates are down. A pistol pop, and Jynxzi to end it on the Spoit. What just happened?
Like, let's call it. Like, these guys are nasty. Like, this is one of the most dominant teams I have seen in the roller scene that does not include Spoit or Stompin'. Like, these guys have formed an insane team. I want to say low-key underrated. Like, the level that they're performing at and, like, the value of these names are insane. Mingo, I feel like in the course of, like, the last month or so has really elevated his name into this elite bracket that he can compete with the best roller players that pull up. Like, we're talking, these guys are nasty, straight up. And it's just ridiculous to see this. Kaysen's obviously a really talented player, and he's showing off his skills. These guys look insane. And look at this Team Spoit team. They have some really good players, and they're getting put to work right now. Like, they're making them look like this is like the first round of the roller tournament. I can't believe what we're watching and how dominant it is.
It is such an understatement, right? They have some really good players in reference to SPOIT, right? The greatest,
They're making
one of
them
the
look-
greatest in the world, and they're making it look like child's play. You're absolutely
Exactly.
right. It's
Yep.
absolutely crazy to shut SPOIT down like that, and could be a bit in the chalk of the mental. You saw all the crash outs that happened early on in this tournament. I'm sure there's some going on a little bit right at this moment. Defense gonna lean into some intel and anti-intel. Is SPOIT gonna bring out the Valkyrie? Lean into some of that C4 play. There's 4 on the board, mind you.
4 on the board, yeah. The C4 worked. They got a couple of those early picks, and then SPOIT, speaking of pick, this time, last round it was with the C4, this time with the gun, and that is the Maverick going down again. Going to make it a little bit more difficult for this team, but Kaysen answers back. Boy, we're seeing a ton of back and forth between these two teams. We're not seeing a hugely dominant either way, but right now nobody's seeming to gain a significant advantage until it comes to the end. And right now, Team Jynxzi just doing a better job of clutching up, winning those rounds, converting it into wins. And what a late round reinforcement!
That's right. That's gonna shut it down.
No
But
way.
of
How
course,
did SPOIT
some
survive that?
Because it's freaking SPOIT, man. He gets away with
He got
those.
shot in the
Wow.
head. Unbelievable.
Well, allegedly. Okay, C4 gets ripped as the pressure inside of that IT area starts to become a little bit of a presence. And he said it in the chat, incoming Kaysen. He's going to pistol pop onto SPOIT. Take the man advantage back over into the hands of Team Jynxzi. A shotgun in hand to deny the pressure coming over from that IT area, but nobody really pushed up just yet, so a couple of shots just giving away his location, and now it's going to be Kaysen on the triple kill. Kaysen on the quad piece. He's on pace for the ace now. Looking for that case.
He got it!
And there it is, baby. Absolutely smoked.
Yeah. These guys are freaking nasty, dude. Like, they're getting handled on the defensive map on the primary site. They're getting just walked through right now. Any sort of breath of air that goes the way of Team SPOIT, they just collapse. This is stellar play. They are taking maps at ease. And I mean, heck, we even talked about the headshot buff that SPOIT just took. He should have died there. It didn't even matter that he got that reinforcement off. What are we talking about here? If we do an interview tonight, we have to ask where this team ranks in the roller series ever teams, because these guys are just looking so strong.
Oh, starting to talk legacy. Starting to
I mean,
talk.
look at it.
Yeah,
Look at the performance.
I'm with it. I agree
Yeah,
with you
it's nasty.
completely. Kaysen has yet to find death and 7 kills for his troubles inside of 2 rounds. Sheesh.
Yeah, that's an incredible start. Not just this game, but the start to this entire grand final. And if you're just joining us, welcome everyone. Team Jynxzi versus Team SPOIT in what is the Speedy X Rival Tourney, the first ever collaboration between the Speedyverse Discord server and the Rival Roller series here. Collaboration between these two great communities to find out who is going to be the best. And right now, it appears to be Team Jynxzi. They got a 1-map advantage coming in as the upper bracket finalist, and then dominated on the first map, played out to take a 2-0 lead against Team SPOIT. And right now, with the way that Nighthaven is going, with the way that Kaysen is floating, Team Jynxzi looks poised and ready to win this best of 5 into 2 maps, which would be an unbelievable statistic. Team SPOIT has got to put together something here on Nighthaven to slow and stop this team right now.
Okay, well, you don't do it by losing SPOIT early. No goose to be had for the late round. No SPOIT to be had for the rest of the round. But it does get answered back. Jynxzi goes down to a well-placed C4. So we get equalized. Now puts us into the 4-4 as last 2 minutes starts to count down.
Okay, all right. C4 is coming out, leaning into the explosives. It's one opportunity here that we've seen quite a few kills from Team SPOIT come out with the C4, so make that happen. If you can't win the gunfights, win it with utility. They got to take down this Kaysen, though, right? 7-0-1, you said it. And he's hunting down these defenders. He's playing the Jackal. Find exactly where they are. They've got to find a way to deal with him.
Yep, okay, and so They do sit in that 4-3 minute, and they've got some footprints here. A
we
quick
got?
scan's going to let them know. Mingo again coming alive with that F2. Twitch getting active, equalized into the 3-3. 67 as it starts to count down. A C4 that rings out, but Kaysen is able to survive, albeit taking a little bit of damage. Still have the Scopos on board, and we're going to see that rotate down to the cargo room. Now a little bit of a full bunker as all three have made it back down. They've claimed that real estate up on the 2F. They've claimed that real estate up on the first floor. Now it's just trying to pick them off and find them out.
This is, we've seen Team Jynxzi win 8 rounds in a row right now, and Team SPOIT has got to find an opportunity to stop it here between the last 2 maps. They're still working on opening up vertical, putting pressure on this team. Everybody bunkered back down. Wizard, Glybo, and Phantom still left alive. They've got some power positions, but this does not feel like they're in a position. And Mingo to take one. Okay, there we go. 2v1 to finish it off. 14 seconds, my friend.
That's right, and now sitting in the assembly area, see the drop down the hatch, couple of pre-fires, and it's going to be Mingo again. The F2 bidding them adieu as Attack finds another round.
Yeah. I mean, one round it's Kaysen who gets an ace, and then that was a triple from Mingo. They're just walking through them right now. I love the delay from Team SPOIT. They were trying to delay it out, trying to buy as much time as they could, and then they were like, all right, let's ban it down the hatches and get everything back in sight. They tried to lock it down, but it just wasn't enough. Team Jynxzi floods through. That's 9 rounds in a row. I love that you brought that out, Whiskey. They had 8 rounds now. Make that 9 in a row against SPOIT. 9 rounds against SPOIT. Let that like sink in. That's nasty.
Sheesh. Yeah, feeling yourselves at this point. Seems like it's Jynxzi's grand final to win. 3-0. Now, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that in we talked a little bit about this, the fact that the rules in the Rival Roller series sort of limit the number of guys that can play together on a team to try and keep the competition fair. I think that's, again, one of the reasons why we love this series is that there's so much change up in the way that it's being played out. Right, this may be the last time we see this specific set of 5, this iteration, play together. And like Red was saying, this is such a nasty team. This is one of the best 5 stacks that we've seen put together here for the Prime format. It dominated across 3 days, right? We saw qualifiers for the Elite on Friday to make it in all day long, 10 hours of games yesterday on Saturday, and then to fight it out in a grand final today. This is an incredible team. Team SPOIT, though, you've got the pros on board. You have players that have gotten 3K, 4K continuously, that dominated that first best of 3. They can put something together. It's just now is the time. They have to step up right now and make it happen.
Oh, man, the game sense, the presence of mind. Early pick goes down. And also Epic finding another one. I just wanted to point out that Red had mentioned earlier, this is that SPOIT hasn't lost a roller tournament yet, right? Like, hasn't lost one yet. So they're not going up against any chumps here. C4 rings out, almost finds one. Man advantage does sit into the hands of Team Jynxzi currently. Looking towards that catwalk, a little bit of damage done as they rotate around. Monk find their life forfeit because Mingo's on the other side. Finds a quick and easy kill now into a 4-2. Plenty of time left.
There's that C4 again in position. Oh, the Twitch shot. What a shot out of the air.
Okay. There we go. Oh,
how does he win that?
Wait, what? Did he knock him? He must have knocked him. Oh my goodness. I think Mingo had 2, Kaysen had 2. Just continuing to pummel these guys. Defensive favorite map, by the way, guys. And you mentioned there, Glitter. SPOIT has never lost a roller tournament, but he's always been teaming with like Jynxzi. You know, now he's going up against him, and it's getting flipped the other way. Just an insane. I don't think there's much more you can say about this. And you were right, Run. You won't probably ever see this iteration of these 5 again. Maybe if it's like not a rollers tourney and like his Jynxzi hosted tournament, something like that. But what a 5-stack this team is. A beautiful team that they composed together. And we're starting to move away from Stompin, right, as he focuses in. I think he actually tweeted out that he doesn't want to play in the roller tournaments. I want to double check that. I think I saw something.
He did say
He
that.
did.
Yeah.
He said
Yep.
there's nothing left to prove there.
Exactly. Yep.
He's put his work in. He's done his time. Now he's moving on to pro league.
Yeah. So Stompin's Stompin was always like the win condition. Like if you had Stompin, it was very rarely that you lost a tournament. And now you're moving on to this new era, and you have PC players coming in trying to make a name. A lot of those like JJ and Co names, or especially of the highlighted ones. It's just a different era, and I think these 5 are going to be some of the most dominant ones that we see.
You know, the thing about that too, that will be nice is as the you know, Stompin maybe focuses on the PC, there's nothing left to prove. I think that we're seeing the pro players come in not because there's something specifically that they need to prove. Like to me, there's nothing that SPOIT needed to come into the roller series and try and prove something. I think they do it because it is just a hell of a lot of fun to play this game in the style that we're getting to see here today.
Well, the conversation
I think that's a big
around
piece
that,
of it.
Yeah, I agree. The conversation around that I've been hearing is that the PC players love this. Like, sometimes those roller tournament, or excuse me, the PC tournaments or like the scrims they do don't have passion, but they say that this is like some of the most passion they've ever experienced in Rainbow coming through. And I would actually kind of disagree with you on there's nothing to prove. Yeah, maybe for SPOIT, sure, but I think for like Epic, it's huge to like prove like, hey, I just dunked on SPOIT, you know, or like that was actually part of the conversation yesterday watching Jynxzi stream. He's like, hey, do it this Epic, prove that you can hang with these guys. That is definitely like for some of these players, maybe not for obviously gods like SPOIT, but there's a lot of still like to prove, and there's a lot of people watching these.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, that was Stompin that said it, not us. He's the one with nothing left to prove.
Yeah. I mean,
we're here for it.
Like, if you look at the leaderboard, this is like a Stompin dominated era, and now it's gone.
Oh, Kaysen. Able to find one. C4 not even going to be relevant anymore. Does get traded back as Mingo finds
What a
it.
shot!
From Floyd, able to take Kaysen down. Fantana does go down. Able to get back up, but no Doc on the board to give that stim. Instead, SPOIT's going to find his life forfeit as Jynxzi takes him off the board. They push right in. A C4 to answer back as Raid gets taken down now into a 2v2. Walking up the catwalk is Flores trying to get a little bit of action here. They've made their way in. Oh, and that's going to be Epic taking down Monk, and that's going to be the plan starting to go down.
Wow.
You know what? Give Epic a double for his trouble.
It just called him out.
I got Jynxzi's stream pulled up right next to me, guys. I don't think you can believe it. Like his reactions are utter shock. I think that's the best way to describe this. It's just, remember this series last night went 2-1, and it was a competitive series. This doesn't even look like the same team that we just saw from SPOIT in the previous round that we casted and the previous series that these two teams played.
Yeah, this is a dominant game here from Team Jynxzi in a way that you're right. I don't think we've had a chance to see before. The fact that you said it, we get to play out basically a whole series of scrims in just a couple days. Have fun doing it, get some practice in, figure out how to play with different players. Yeah, and for sure, Epic. These guys have a lot to prove, but just having fun with this game, I think, is such a cool and exciting part of the way that these rival roller tournaments have worked out. And the fact that we get a chance to cast them, fantastic as well. We appreciate everybody that has come and joined us on the stream today. There is tens of thousands of people watching this game right now, between all of the players casting their POVs. Between our stream, and we love the fact that you're here with us to be able to see all of the casted views rather than just one single POV. So appreciate everyone joining us for that.
Yep, absolutely. Allowed us to do what we love to do, and that's talk Siege. 5-0, one away from a perfect half for Team Jynxzi. Going to bring out some vertical play here. Buck and Ram Look at this. They're already making their way in. They're already going to put some contest up. Drone goes in. They're going to set them out. A couple of pre-fires. Not able to get anything just yet. And forcing one of them, at least, back a little bit farther. And that's the move, right? Tighten the rope. Just keep pushing them farther and farther till you can start picking them off. Scopo's able to find the first kill, and that's going to take Raid off the board. That feels pretty good if you're a Team SPOIT fan. The man advantage is had. 2 minutes left to go in that.
All right. Thinking about this. 11 rounds in a row. Team Jynxzi has won 11 rounds in a row, 6 in a row from the previous map, 5 in a row from this. Yeah, right now something is not connecting with this Team SPOIT stack. They have unbelievable talent individually, but the way that this is playing out is just not the way that you'd normally see this team play. Kaysen absolutely floating right now, 13-2-3.
Yeah, and Epic's going to find a kill. Epic going to find a second. Now it's just going to be Wizard. The last alive. You know what?
Jynxzi
Let
gets
Jynxzi take that one.
Oh my goodness. Just like, look at that coordination to take care of Raptors. The flash, and then you see a boogie drone flying through a barricade. Just utter dominance. This team's playing super coordinated. Like how many ways can we say like this team is special? Like we're trying our best over here. And Team SPOIT, you have to give a lot of credit to them. They've played some really good series so far, not only in winners bracket, but in losers bracket. And this is a talented team as well. Maybe we get to see some of these other players in the future, maybe team with some of these other guys. That's obviously the beauty of this series, but it looks like they're just going to fall short.
You look at that scoreboard, got brought up there for a second. The fact that the big change up for me, Wizard and SPOIT combined for a total of 5 kills. I mean,
5 and 12.
Wizard had in double digits in I think 2 of the 3 previous maps. That's the difference, right? Between SPOIT and Wizard just not connecting with their shots right now, is not giving their team enough of a chance. They were the guys carrying it from a kill perspective. And even though everybody needs to step up, Siege is obviously a team game. You have some players that have to contribute in that way. And it was Wizard and SPOIT previously. They're not right now. There's an opportunity. We've seen reverse sweeps come out, but right now, Team Jynxzi is sitting at a 6-0. They are on match point. And not just match point, map point, and the Speedy Rival Roller Series Tourney grand final point. The very first collaboration between these two. There can only be one first-time winner. And right now, Team Jynxzi is 1 round away.
Wow. Bold words, epic, as it was sent out. 5-5. As they start to put some pressure, try to open up this main breach. On the defensive side of it, Mingo going to put himself onto the Mozzie. A little bit of P10 action. Plenty of C4s, 4 on the board, to be able to try to stop either this Maverick or once they get in. We do have Mingo all the way down in the basement. He's playing spoiler. He's playing
Red
impact.
called that out. The C4 from Jynxzi, holding connector, the connector demon, waiting for the C4. You called it out before the map even started 6 rounds ago, and he plays it perfectly. And Team SPOIT walks right into it.
Wow. What a spectacular end to what was a spectacular series. Epic finds Glybo, Wizard the last alive. He's gonna leave because it's too little, it's too late. Jynxzi stack gonna do it again. Back to back to back to back to back to back.
13 rounds in a row. Just utter dominance. SPOIT calling GG in the chat. Wizard leaves the game. Jynxzi hits a double C4, who is so famous for his Jynxzi C4s. Well, I think you have to start. We talked about in our previous weekend, the Jynxzi C4. I think we have a new name for the Jynxzi C4. It's that connector throwing it through that window. Like, it's so famous, like in the roller scene, that spot that he plays. And you still got beaten down on that. It's just Kaysen walks through sight. Mingo floats through the map. Raid randomly will just pop off and get you multi-kills. Like, that was one hell of a team that was pulling through.
Crazy. Crazy. It's 8:30. I
Yeah.
budgeted time for 1 o'clock in the morning. It's 8:30.
It was
Okay.
unbelievable for this team. Yeah, you said it. In a best of 5 that only took 2, one of the only times I think we're even going to be able to say that. You don't always have the upper bracket team coming in with the advantage, but what a play from this team. You said it, absolute domination. 12 rounds in a row to shut down what is for sure one of the better teams that we've seen come through the console scene. We talked about it all day yesterday and at the opening today. 4 great teams were left fighting for these final 3 spots, and it really could have been anybody's game, but Team Jynxzi was holding on to some wild cards. That crew, unbelievable, and played better, I think, than we even expected.
Yeah, 100%. It'll definitely be a grand finals or at least a first tournament that is talked about for a long time. It's going to be in that conversation of, man, remember when Jynxzi hit that double C4 out the window to end it? Like those conversations are going to be reverberating around the Rainbow Six Siege console scene for quite some time. Just want to say thank you so much for the subs and the follows. Those have been absolutely incredible, allowing us to just come out and hang with you guys for some console Siege. It has truly been one of the better parts of the early part of this year, getting to get some console casts in, and just the response from you guys has been absolutely outstanding. We're incredibly grateful. Are we trying to set up for a little bit of answers at the bottom, Mr. Whiskey?
Yeah, we were trying to see whether or not there'd be somebody interested in an interview, because we'd be grateful to talk to one of these guys about how dominant that was. So we'll take a quick break, see whether or not we can make that happen before we come back and end it.
That's right. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to talk about it. Ayo.
Let's go.
When asked the question, you just won Roller Sunday, what are you going to do next? They said, I'm going to Disneyland. We are not going to have an interview. So unfortunately for us folks, no talking about it today. Maybe we'll catch one on the next one. But even still, it has been an absolute blast to be here. Whiskey, Red, final thoughts on Roller Sunday.
I can't wait to see the next teams that we see formed, what variants we see of Jynxzi, Mingo, and who they bring in for their stacks. That's going to be fun to just watch those 5 players now play on different teams, see where SPOIT ends up, how his response is in the controller scene, because he will not go quiet into the night. He will get another roller, maybe even a prime victory.
I think there is so many good console players out there that the Rival Roller series has been able to elevate up to this level, and we're getting a chance to see them more often, and not just in the context of a Jynxzi stream, but actually getting it in a casted POV. And I think we'll get to see more of those guys as they're coming out. So there's a lot of great players out there. Who is it going to be? Who's that 5 stack going to be? It's going to be very tough, though, to create a group of players that was better than what we saw from that Jynxzi stack tonight. To shut down SPOIT and that team as thoroughly as they did, that one's going to live on for a while with truly how good it was. So a lot of great players out there. I'm looking forward to who it is going to be that's going to come back from this one.
Yep, that's right. Okay, folks, we're here. We're at the end of it. It's early. So early night, no more Siege to be had. Go out, find something to do. You know what? Get on Rainbow Six, right? We got some ranked to play or something. If you want to chat about it, you can find us at our ats right below our pictures. We love talking Siege. Send us your hot takes, your cold takes. Vids, clips, anything, memes. We love R6 and we want to talk about it. In the Discord or in the Twitch chat, you will be able to find our Discord by typing in !Discord. Come in and hang out. We've got everything from comper to champ to a comp scene as well. So plenty of Siege to be had. If you're looking for a stack, if you're looking for 4 stacks, whatever, come on, come play some Siege. But for us and this evening, we have reached the dreaded part where we must bid you adieu. So as the lights start to dim and the jukebox starts to sing closing time, as always, my friends, you don't have to go home.
But you can't stay here.
Ayo.
Let's go!